Welcome to the Community-Based Victim Services Advisory Panel meeting. We are going to take some time today to figure out some recommendations for the JRP Victim Services funding for the 23 to 25 biennium. A couple things before we get started. First and foremost, this meeting is being recorded. And also, since it is being recorded and will be available for the public, we are going to disconnect the chat. It's just really hard to make sure that that is retained for the public notice. So if you have any questions, any comments, any concerns as we're going through, by all means, either raise a hand or just speak out. That's totally fine. And we'll get a hold of you and find out what's going on. If you are like, who is this person who's talking to me and you've never seen my face before, that makes sense because I'm really new. My name is Adeline Padlina, and I am a part of the JRP group, and I just started at the CJC in June. So I am going to ask you all to bear with me as much as possible. This is my first presentation. This is my first attempt besides a little webinar for the specialty courts I did about a month ago. So fortunately, I have some great colleagues who I'm sure you're all familiar with. Avery will be in the background. She's going to be helping me take notes, making sure that we get to all your questions. Ian, who you all know, he is the grant coordinator. He'll be here as well. And then our colleague Bridget is here to help answer questions too, because we're going to have a couple things regarding conflict of interest, and then also some other information that in case I get a little bit confused on, they'll be here to help me answer some questions. So one quick thing before I get to know all of you, I do want to say while I'm new to the CJC, I am not new to the victim services world. I worked in social work for about 10 years, including for one of the grantees. And I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the really important work that our service providers do. I know that some of you on here are service providers, some are adjacent, and they really do meet people at their darkest hours and make huge differences in the lives of Oregonians all over. So I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that and to thank you all for your hard work. And now I would really love the opportunity, if I can get my slideshow to cooperate. There we go. To meet all of you. So I know a few of you by email, but nothing more. So I was hoping we could go down this list and you could let me know your name, the organization that you're a part of, and anything else that you want to share with the group. And we'll just go down the list here, meaning Jane, we'll start with you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jane Downing. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Hope and Safety.
Thanks. It's nice to meet you. Is Gil on?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Gil Levy. I'm the Executive Director with Kids Center. We're the Children's Advocacy Center serving Deschutes, Cook, and Jefferson counties in Central Oregon. Good to meet everybody.
Thanks for joining. And Justice.
One second.
Justice, I don't know if you're muted. I heard a little bit and then it was gone.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Justice Chukwu. I use the pronouns he, him. I work at Disability Rights Oregon as the Crime Survivor Project advocate. Nice to meet you all. And
Nice to meet
yesterday
you.
was my birthday, so
Oh, happy
thank you.
birthday.
Thank you.
Going down the list, unless she was able to pop on, I don't think Carrie was going to be able to join us. However, she did send over a couple notes about a couple of the applications that I've worked into the presentation, and I'll share her feedback and thoughts as we go through. To my knowledge, unless, stop me if I'm wrong, Michelle is also unable to join us. So we'll go next to Sarah.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Stewart. I'm the Executive Director at Kids First, and we're the Children's Advocacy Center serving Lane County.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
And Shannon?
Hi, Shannon Savell. My pronouns are she and her. I'm the director of the Crime Victim and Survivor Services Division at the Oregon Department of Justice. It's nice to see you.
Thanks for joining us. Terry did let us know that she's going to be a little bit late. She's the executive director over at the Harbor in Clatsop County, but she will be joining us as soon as she can. And finally, Wanda.
Hi, I'm Wanda Palace. I'm the director of the Cove Community Partnership Housing Program for DVSA victims.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. Because I am so new and because I know a few of you panel members are new too, I wanted to just do a pretty high level review of kind of how things are going to work with the decisions that are made today, or your recommendations that are made today. So the way that Ian describes the JRP grant is it's like three cats wearing a trench coat. There's sort of three separate parts that make up the Justice Reinvestment Program. So the first is the major Justice Reinvestment Programming. That grant is reviewed by a committee, and they make recommendations based on the formula grant and the competitive grant. So that's one part. Then 10% of that funding is allocated by the state of Oregon to go to community-based nonprofit victim service providers. So the community-based victim service advisory panel, that's all of you, is going to make recommendations on those applications today. And then there's a third committee. They make recommendations based on county proposals to retain 3% of funds for evaluating the different programs. So then we, meaning the CJC, we take all of those recommendations and we present them later on this month to the Criminal Justice Commission. And so the commission is actually who makes all of the final decisions. We're taking your recommendations, we're taking our recommendations, but the commission is the one that's going to make the decisions. And then once those decisions are made, then funding will be submitted, or we'll go back to the drawing board or whatever based on their decisions that they're made. So that means that you all have some pretty specific job today, and that is to make funding recommendations to us. So there's kind of three options that we have for each application. So first is that you can award full funding. So you think that they meet all the requirements, we are going to fully fund them. That is your recommendation to the commission. The second option is you could award provisional funding, which that would provide funding for 1 year. And then the second year of the biennium, that funding would be contingent on future approval based on if we or the commission identify some specific issues. We're going to base that funding and future approval on how that applicant addressed those issues. So it's a way to get more information, maybe a way to look into things further without, completely not funding a group. And then finally, of course, you can decline or recommend the declining of an award. That would mean that the group applicant would not get any JRP funding for the 23 to 25 biennium, but they would be eligible to reapply in 2025 for funding from 25 to 27. So we being the CJC, reviewed all the applications. We did not see any applications that we would recommend fully declining. But we will, of course, take your recommendations into consideration as well. And then, of course, again, the commission gets to make that final decision. Any questions so far? And I'm going to be really honest, I can only see about 4 of you. So if you do have questions, by all means, definitely feel free to turn off that microphone or turn yourself off mute and let me know. All right. So the other thing I wanted to cover, because so many of you are either serving for a victim service group that is potentially getting funding or are adjacent to, I wanted to go over real quick Oregon's rules on conflicts of interest. So conflict rules apply when public officials make decisions or recommendations that impact state business. So congratulations to all of you. You are public officials, in case you didn't know. Because you are serving the state of Oregon through this grant review process, you are considered a public official, even though you weren't elected, appointed, or are being paid. So, and you are also making recommendations, right? That's the whole point of you being here. So you are recommending to the commission which victim services applications should receive state funds. So since you are both a public official and making recommendations, there's the potential for two types of conflict, actual and potential. So an actual conflict of interest would be if any of the applications that we're going to, or you're going to vote on today would give you personally, your relative, or a business you are relative or associated with, a private monetary benefit or harm, then you would have an actual conflict. However, Oregon has a loophole for this, so there is a minimum votes requirement. So if you have an actual conflict of interest, the request would be that when we get to that application, you state, I have a conflict of interest. Here's why, because I'm their executive director, because I'm on their finance team, whatever it is. And then you're going to stay silent during the discussion. And then we should right now have quorum, in which case you would also stay silent during the vote. However, if for some reason people have to leave, whatever happens, and we don't have the minimum votes required to make sure that we have quorum, then we would ask you to vote. Can someone show me a thumbs up or like something to say that they understand that, or let me know? Okay, thank you, Wanda, coming in hot. You're one of the 3 people I can see, so I appreciate it. We also have potential conflicts of interest. So this is really similar, but a little different. This is going to be if any of the applications voted on by this group today could give you or a relative or a business you or a relative are associated with a private monetary benefit or harm, then you could have a potential conflict. The relevant exception to potential conflicts that might apply here is membership on a nonprofit board. So if you are an uncompensated board member of a nonprofit that is 501c tax exempt, and no members of your family are compensated by that nonprofit, so no one works there, you may participate in the discussion of and vote on an application from the nonprofit on which board you serve. So a couple little roundabouts, I guess, loopholes, if you will. So that is a lot of words. So kudos to my colleague Bridget, who came up with this slide that I think helps explain it very clearly. So if you think you have a conflict, here's what you should do. If it's an actual conflict, so you state the nature of your actual conflict. So I work here, I am monetary benefits from here, whatever it is. And then you're, again, not going to participate in the discussion of or vote on the conflicted application, with, of course, that exception for if we need you for the minimum vote, right? And you'll see as we get going through, there are a lot of slides, one for each applicant. So if you have an actual conflict or a potential conflict, you can just state at that time when we're getting ready to review that applicant, just, hey, I'm not going to join in on this. I have a conflict. Here's why. If there's a potential conflict, pretty much the same thing. You're going to state the nature of your potential conflict and then abstain from the discussion of and abstain from the vote on the potentially conflicted application. And then again, there is that exception for potential conflicts that if you're a member of an uncompensated nonprofit board who also has no family members compensated by the nonprofit, then you can participate. And finally, my favorite box, what if I don't have an actual or potential conflict, but I'd feel better not voting on that application? So that happens a lot. As you all know, the victim services world is pretty small. So maybe you used to work for an agency, maybe your partner is the executive director. I don't know. There could be a million reasons why you feel like, I probably shouldn't vote on this, but I don't have an actual or potential conflict. If that's the case, just let us know. You do not have to say why. You may abstain without stating the reason. It's not required. And just Again, though, I am going to go back to that minimum votes exception. We are pretty close to quorum, so we are going to ask that we have enough votes for that. But other than that, if you feel like you can't be equitable and you want to just abstain from that particular one, you're more than welcome to. Any questions about conflicts of interest? Whew, that was the first part that I was super nervous about. It's confusing. So now that we figured out conflict, let's talk about how the commission, so later on, and then you all, the victim services panel, are going to evaluate the applications. So if you read through the applications, which I'm guessing you've all done, you'll see that there was a little bit of confusion around what culturally responsive services are or culturally specific organizations and where that falls in everything. So we wanted to sort of outline what we are asking you to evaluate. So per the statute, so per Senate Bill 1510, priority is given to culturally responsive services or culturally specific organizations. That's written in the statute. However, the rule is that we're going to evaluate whether applications illustrate how funds will positively impact victim services. So what we're asking is, as we're looking at each application, will these funds positively impact the people they serve? Do they, first and foremost, demonstrate community need for services provided? And then they can have an emphasis serving marginalized and underserved populations. Do they offer services that allow their participants to overcome barriers? Do they increase the capacity for areas where services are difficult to access, limited, or non-existent? Do they demonstrate trauma-informed services? And do they collect demographic data for the persons served? So again, those are really going to be those things that we're looking at or that you all are looking at when you're making your recommendations for funding. And then finally, again, there was a question in the actual solicitation in the application of whether an applicant, organization, or services provided are culturally specific or culturally responsive. And I did want to go through, because that seemed to be something that the applicants really struggled with and answered in very different ways depending on who was completing the application. I wanted to go over the definitions of both culturally specific and culturally responsive. These definitions were in the application, but I think that we being the CJC, need to do a little bit of work on how to clarify it. So a culturally specific organization means that the organization or a program within it serves a particular cultural community. It is primarily staffed and led by members of that community. It demonstrates self-advocacy, positive cultural identity, and intimate knowledge of the lived experience of the community. It knows the impact of structural and individual racism and/or discrimination on that community. It knows the impact of specific disparities in access to services and resources experienced by that community. And it knows the community's strengths, cultural practices, beliefs, and traditions. For a culturally responsive organization, it isn't going to necessarily be as in-depth. So they are going to offer a service that is respectful of and relevant to the beliefs, practices, cultures, and linguistic needs of diverse populations and communities. Members of these populations and communities have cultural or linguistic affiliations by virtue of their birthplace, their ancestry, their religion, or preferred language. The organization has the capacity to respond to the issues of diverse communities, and they have the knowledge and capacity to intervene on the systemic, organizational, professional, and individual level. So again, they have the ability and the knowledge and the capacity to respond, but maybe they aren't an expert in that culture the way a culturally specific organization would be. So as you're looking at these applications, again, I want to stress that the core thing we're looking at is from a couple slides ago. All of these, are they demonstrating the community need for services? Are they offering services that allow their participants to overcome barriers? Are they increasing that capacity for areas where services are difficult to access or limited? Are they demonstrating that trauma-informed services? And are they collecting the demographic data? However, we're going to be wanting to prioritize culturally specific organizations and culturally responsive services. So you're going to be asking, does the service provider qualify as a culturally specific organization, or does it provide culturally responsive services, right? How well an applicant meets the qualifications of culturally responsive services or a culturally specific organization is for you all to discuss, and then later to bring to the commission based on your recommendations. And so if it is, per your discussion, you feel like it is a culturally specific or culturally responsive service, then it's going to receive priority. But then again, if it doesn't, or they didn't mark those boxes, it may still be funded. So I don't want anyone to think like, oh, they didn't check the culturally responsive box or culturally specific box, we can't give them funding. It can still be funded if it meets those original criteria from a couple slides ago. And I just really want to acknowledge, and I, first and foremost, that I am very new, right? I know that you all, especially the members who have been here for a while, have been having this conversation for a couple biennium now. I'm really new and wasn't there for those conversations, but we do want to move them forward. We kind of were workshopping a couple improvements that we thought we could make to future application evaluations, including outreach to the applicants themselves on how we, the CJC, could make responding to these definitions more clear and more accessible. Doing outreach with you all, the panel members and the commission, on what tools would help evaluate those responses. And then also seeking opportunities for technical experts, so people in the field, to inform our processes, because it was pretty clear from the applications that there was some confusion around it. So that was a lot of words and a lot of me talking. Do we have any questions, thoughts, concerns?
Yeah, this is Jane. One of the things you said early on, which was really important for the, as you said, many of us that have served on this for a couple of bienniums, is the wording that you said at the beginning about this was designed to serve community-based organizations that provide victim services. Their primary role is providing victim services. And every time we've gone through this, we have had organizations that say we have victims that come to us, but their primary role is not serving victim services. And they, they don't have the training and that many of us go through in order to become recognized victim service organizations, and that's our primary role. And so I want to make sure that, because when I read them, there were some that I believe did not fit that criteria. And I appreciate this conversation, and I think it's really important. And yes, it was very clear that some folks did not understand what it meant to, and which surprises me, because some of them were organizations that I know have this conversation from CVSSD. So I don't know why they marked what they marked, but I want to make sure we don't lose that focus of how this funding was set up and what it was designed to provide for our state.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Did anyone else want to add any comments or have any questions? All right, and we can come back to this slide as much as we need to if we get to a point where we're kind of wondering about, oh, is this meeting the criteria? So we can get started talking about the applicants. So my thought, again, each applicant has their own slide, which you'll see. I do want to acknowledge that there are a lot of them. So get prepared to spend some quality time together. But if during this time that we're going through them, if you need a break, I have a couple built in, but if it's not enough, we need more, by all means, please say so. Get your comfy blanket, get your beverage, get your snacks, whatever you need. I want to walk that line of being respectful of your time, because I know you're all busy, but I also, we're humans and we have to do human things sometimes. So if you need a break, by all means. Again, reminder as the providers come up, if you have a conflict, please just state that in the beginning, and then if appropriate, refrain from the discussion. And then my plan is to go through each applicant, and then as we make the decision, or you all make the decision of full funding, partial funding, or declining funding as that your recommendation, then Avery's going to take that note. And then at the very end, we will do a vote. So we're not going to vote on each individual one, but we can discuss them. And then there will be a time for further discussion as well. Does that make sense to everyone? A thumbs up would be super helpful. Or any questions? Perfect. You all are pro. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. So these are in alphabetical order. And also real quick before I get started, there are a couple applicants, and I'm sure you know this, that are funded by multiple counties. So for the first county that comes up, that's how they're organized, is by county. For the first county, or the first time they come up, I went into some explanation of what they do, their services, etc. And then for the second, and I think maybe third for one, then it just explains what they're asking for funding wise. We didn't go back through to explain them again. But if you need a refresher, I'm all good. We can definitely go back. All right. So without further ado, we're going to start with our provider in Baker County. The provider is Mayday. They were the only applicant. They provide advocacy to those experiencing domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, stalking, human trafficking, and elder abuse. They also focus on community education and support services. The funding will allow them to fund a 0.25 FTE for a victim advocate that will allow them to better serve all of Baker County. The funding will also help Mayday conduct evaluation surveys at the end of the classes and trainings to find out the experience of the survivors who went through their program and if it was helpful or beneficial, and then of course how they could improve. They marked that they were not a culturally specific organization and that they do not provide culturally responsive services. Although I do want to note that many of the maybe services that were offered that many other applicants used and noted saying that they were culturally responsive, Mayday offered. So I don't know if it was that they just didn't check the box. Again, that definition really trips some folks up. So I don't know if they did not understand, but they did note that they utilize translation services on their work phones. They've been using a training from the Crime Victims and Survivor Services Division to focus on respecting cultural differences and the ongoing recognition of racial disparity and inequality through consistent business practices. And have been really working. They are a very small agency. They're currently understaffed with only a director and 2 advocates. So they're busy, right? But I just wanted you all to know that while they did mark that they were not culturally responsive, I think that a lot of agencies would have used the services they provide to say they were. And just for your knowledge, they are requesting $20,020 in their grant. Do we have any thoughts or discussion around what kind of funding you would recommend?
Just want to check. This is Jane. Since you noted how much they're asking for, is that what's available to them?
If for this one, yes, because it has to be 10% of Baker
Right.
County's award, and they're the only one. So you'll see as you go through, there's a couple different counties did it a couple ways. Obviously, if it's a single county or a single provider in the county, they just gave it all to them. There were a couple counties that, if they have 2 applicants, they just split it 50-50 between them. And then there were a couple that did different amounts. And in full disclosure, I don't know if that amount, my assumption, it was hard to tell from the applications, but my assumption is that they requested what they wanted or needed, and then the county filled in with what they had.
Okay, the way you said it, I just wanted to check and make sure there wasn't something strange about that amount.
Oh, no. And unless it's not helpful, my plan was to let you all know the amount that they're funding, but I don't have to do that.
I like that, knowing the amount, the full amount.
Yeah, it's fine.
Actually, I made a note on that. It would have been helpful to know the full amount on the application so we could see what portion. And I didn't realize that until I was reviewing them this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, next time what we can do is just make sure it's really clear. Since you get the slideshow ahead of time, we can put them in the slideshow, and then it's very like, this group is asking for this much money.
Thank you.
I can't do it for today.
No, sorry.
Do you all, how are we feeling about, do you think that they meet the qualifications for full funding?
Yes. Looks good to me.
Okay,
Yes.
Perfect. Great. Well, if no one has any concerns or further comments, we can move to the next one. Does that sound good? All right. Thank you, Sarah. I saw a half nod.
Sorry, this is Jane again.
No,
Um,
that's
I'm sorry, I'm the one asking all the questions, but before you have had the ability to go back and clarify things, I would love for them to be asked about, you know, clearing up the culturally responsive services question. It's just odd. And I believe they receive funding from CVSSD, so all of us have to, you know, give them a plan and how we're providing those services. So it would just be nice if that was cleared up and wasn't a question mark.
sure. All right. So next we're going to move on to Benton County. So Benton County has 3 service providers: the ABC House, the Center Against Rape and Domestic Violence, also known as CARDVA, and CASA, which is a court-appointed special advocates group in Benton County. So the first one we're going to talk about is the ABC House. They provide abuse assessment and support services for children and families impacted by crimes of abuse or neglect. Their funding will support their family advocate to assist non-English speaking clients. And they are requesting from Benton County $18,527. I do want to note that they serve victims and survivors in both Benton and Lynn counties, and they are also requesting funding from Lynn County. They were one of Lynn County's applicants as well. The funding will also support a part-time contracted physician who provides medical exams, consultations, and drug testing. They noted a concerted effort to diversify both their board and staff, and they've really been focusing on extending their education and services to the many small rural communities in both Benton and Lynn counties. They are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services. All right. Any discussion around the ABC House, especially when it comes to recommendations of full funding, partial funding, etc.?
I'm for full funding.
Me too.
Excellent. Also, I just want to welcome Terry. Terry has joined the chat. Terry, I hope this isn't putting you on the spot, but if you'd like to introduce yourself and the agency that you're associated with, we'd love to meet you.
Hi, sorry I'm late.
No worries.
I'm Terry. I'm the executive director of the Harbor, which is in Clatsop County. But I live in Portland, and so my 5-year-old son is at home because of the strike, which is making everything pain in the ass.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, so the $18,000 they are requesting from Benton County, is it, I mean, is it will it serve the same purpose that they are requesting some money from Lynn County?
Yes. So, or no, sorry, let me answer your question better. So they have designated this $18,527 for these things. They're going to support the part-time contracted physician, consultations, drug testing, and their family support advocate. When we get to Lynn County, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember it offhand, but they had what will be funded by the Lynn County money. So that will fund, I think it was another position. So that funding will go towards that. However, they do serve both counties. So that physician might see Lynn County kids, even though they're funded by Benton County. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. All right. So we're going to fully fund the ABC House. Or you all are recommending that. I keep saying we, I just want to be part of something. All right, next up we have HARDVA, the Center Against Rape and Domestic Violence. They are number 2 of Benton County's victim services provider. They provide advocacy to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, and stalking. The funds will be used for their existing crisis response advocate, travel costs for survivor needs, trauma-informed training services, and administrative costs. They are also requesting $18,527 from Benton County, and they will also be receiving funds from Lynn County, which we'll see down the road. They recently hired a Spanish bilingual advocate to better serve rural Latinx communities in both Lynn and Benton counties. They utilize Language Line and court-certified interpreters, have a multilingual staff, and have recently changed to providing culturally relevant staple foods and shelter. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services. So any discussion about HARDVA? Do we want to recommend full funding?
Full funding for me.
Fantastic. So the final provider in Benton County is CASA, Voices for Children. They provide assessment services, support, and advocacy for children in state custody. They focus on trauma-informed interventions and meeting the individual victim's needs. These funds will be used for an existing program supervisor position and also for office space rent. And I think Benton County was one of those counties that just split their funding in 3 because they are also requesting $18,527. 99% of the children that Benton County CASA serves are living in poverty, and they often have caregivers with significant barriers to accessing services. They've expanded their advocate partner program to better serve youth from communities of color, LGBTQ+ communities, and children with developmental diversities. They're the first child welfare organization in Oregon to receive the Solid Foundation for Inclusion recognition from the Human Rights Campaign Foundation. They're actively recruiting members that represent the demographics of their children in care, and they are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services. Any questions, discussion, recommendation for funding?
I recommend full funding.
Yeah,
Excellent.
full funding for me
Full
too.
funding.
All right. I like it. We're getting in the groove here. All right, moving on to Clackamas County. So Clackamas County also had 3 providers seeking grant funds. They had CWS, also known as Clackamas Women's Services, Northwest Family Services, and the Children's Center. So we will start with Clackamas Women's Services. They are a trauma-informed, culturally responsive service group that provides services for individuals and families escaping interpersonal violence. Their funds will provide counseling and support group services, and they are requesting $128,000. Sorry, let me back up. Numbers are hard. $128,180.90. They have a center-wide language access plan, bilingual and bicultural advocates who speak Spanish, Russian, Farsi, and Arabic, and they contract with interpreters for other spoken languages. They regularly audit their program data with a racial equity lens. They partner with CRSOs and prioritize their referrals to address historic and systemic barriers to service. They are a culturally specific organization and they provide culturally responsive services. Any discussion?
I do think I do not believe they are a culturally specific organization. So I think that box is wrong, but certainly culturally responsive.
Absolutely. They do have a Latinx leadership team that they spoke about. And it's composed of representatives from all service areas doing culturally specific work and is led by their Latina services manager. I'm trying to look through my notes here. It says the group determines its own agenda and has set goals of encouraging and supporting leadership skills for Latinx staff, providing feedback and advisement on agency practices, and creating outreach plans to connect with their broader community in meaningful and culturally relevant ways.
Yeah, I do not interpret what you just read now to mean that all their staff are Latin speakers, because for them to say that they provide certain services or support to their Latin staff, goes to show that they may have some other staff that are not Latin. So on that note, I would think that they are not culturally specific.
And we can make that note for them too. And again, I do want to just really be clear that when we were going through the CJC, like we recognize that this is, we need to do better on how we're explaining those. We need to like be really clear because this is a great example, right? I could absolutely see how someone would define this one way and how others would not, right?
So. Yeah.
I feel like I remember this question and I feel like it was confusing, the description. So they probably checked it based on their.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The other piece is that, we, as someone who filled out one of these applications, we filled them out, we sent them to the county who then submitted them. And I've already noticed differences in what I filled out when I sent to them and then what they submitted. And so it could have just been like a, mistake transferring the data. Like maybe it was accidentally checked.
Yeah, Sarah, you're right. I had forgotten about that. That happened to us too. So it could be that reading what you just read, they thought, oh, well, it does apply. But we also have an advisory committee, but we would never consider ourselves culturally specific.
Right. Same. And there's 2 organizations from our county, including mine, that checked the culturally responsive box, but it's on the applications that were submitted. It says that we didn't. And so it's definitely worth like going back and like asking folks about those things because it might've just been, especially for counties that have 3 or 4 organizations that are funded, they just made a mistake transferring the data.
Right. And if you can, and I apologize because this will really show how little I know, but when you send the application over, is it gone or do you get to see what the county has submitted?
I believe that if you are on the LIPSIC or in our county, the PSCC, then it is shared with you what they submit for the entire application. I am on that and I can tell you that I've never read it.
Okay, so
it's a lot because you review the entire application and the victim services piece, but like it depends what your county does. But they send me like a Word document with some of these questions and I send it back to them and then they submit the application.
Okay, I
see. In Deschutes County, the LIPSIC had they invited anybody that had applied to attend the meeting that they were going to be discussing the applications, regardless of whether the person actually was on LIPSIC or not. I happened to be on ours, so I was there anyway, but there was a couple other providers that attended, and they basically heard the presentation about all the applicants and what they decided. And we weren't given anything in writing back, but we were kind of verbally told where the applications were headed.
So it sounds a little bit county specific too, then.
I think so. I think that's just how our
we didn't. I'm on the PSCC, and we didn't. We were given recommendations by a couple members of the PSCC of who should be part of the application.
Right.
We didn't get to actually vote on who got in.
We've talked about this in this committee many times, like how are counties deciding who to fund? We don't have the level of discussion that Gil just mentioned at our PSCC because our funding for our counties just divided between the 4 victim services providers. It's not competitive, but in some counties, it's definitely competitive.
Yeah, our county's LIPSIC put a subcommittee together and they brought the recommendation. They did sort of all the due diligence, brought a recommendation, and it was basically just passed. But so we were just sort of getting to listen in on that process.
But to the question about the application, we submit and then it does usually get changed.
Okay.
You know, they talked about like it fitting into how many words they had available to them and that kind of thing. And I'd forgotten about that, but I do believe they sometimes change it, and I could see them being confused. I would be surprised if any of the programs, and maybe Shannon could speak to this, you know, any of the funded programs not understanding the difference between culturally specific and culturally responsive, because that is a major issue for CVSSD. So that did surprise me. So I now it makes more sense to me that I could see a county thinking, oh, they do qualify for that, so I'm going to mark it.
I mean, the other thing just on the culturally specific is like the counties themselves are so vastly different. Like I know Clatsop County struggles a little bit with like actually having culturally specific services in general. And maybe even wanting to provide them. But so I think that's something that might come up.
Yes, I think you'll see that in a couple of the applications if you haven't already. There is some struggle for sure. All right, thank you all. That's really helpful for me as I sort of figure out my role in this, and hopefully, hopefully at a biennium I'm still here and can do this again, and hopefully we can improve it, because the goal really is to help you all get the funding you need and make sure that it goes to people who are making a big difference and helping our communities. So with this one, the kind of coming back, what is your all recommendation for funding?
Yes,
Recommend full funding.
Okay, full funding, perfect. All right, the second is the Children's Center. They're the second provider in Clackamas County. They provide trauma-informed care for children when there are concerns of physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, drug endangerment, or if the child has witnessed domestic violence. Their funding will go to a therapy program, which will serve 450 to 500 kids each year, and they are requesting $50,000. They utilize trauma-informed interventions and services, including trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy, and they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Yeah, me too.
All right, and the final one is Northwest Family Services. They're the final provider in Clackamas County. They are operating Casa Esperanza, and that is the program that they're looking for funding for. They've been operating it since July of 2018. It's the only culturally specific women and children's domestic violence and sexual violence shelter in Oregon. It exclusively serves Latinx women and their children who have experienced domestic and sexual violence. The funding will be used for bilingual, bicultural, domestic violence trained community health worker, supplies for survivors in shelter, and administrative costs. And they are requesting $78,760.10. The community health worker will implement culturally specific behavioral health support groups, and self-sufficiency workshops. The 100% of the full-time employees at Casa Esperanza are bilingual in both English and Spanish, and the entire programmatic approach is predicated on the cultural alignment of staff and programming to the lived experience of Latinx women. It is a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
I love this. Full funding.
Full funding with a little heart next to it.
Well,
All right. Perfect. So we're moving on to Clatsop County. So there were two providers seeking funds, Clatsop Casa and the Healing Circle, who runs Boca Camps. And the Boca Camps were who was the program that was requesting funding. So first we have Clatsop Casa.
Can I step out of this?
Oh, yes, thank you. They provide advocacy services to children who are victims of abuse and neglect and need of support to navigate the child welfare systems. Funds will be used for, funds will be used for the partial salary of the program manager, for case assignment materials and training materials, and they are requesting $23,280. They answered yes to a culturally specific organization, and they provide culturally responsive services. So Terry has removed herself from the discussion due to a conflict, but does anyone else have?
I recommend full funding.
Full funding?
Me too, though I don't think they're culturally specific, but what do I know?
They did not specify. They didn't specify the culturally specific services. Just obviously we have to go by what's written down, but from what I gathered, it felt like maybe someone clicked a box they shouldn't.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Good. Is there any, I mean, between the culturally specific and organizations that provide that are culturally responsive, is which has a more priority, if I would ask?
So per the statute, they have the same priority.
Okay. Okay. So the main goal is to provide culturally specific services to certain populations. Am I correct?
Yes, that there is some sort of culturally responsive services. And then I think someone spoke earlier to how it's really hard depending on where you are in Oregon. Resources are hard to find. You know, we have quite a few frontier counties who applied. It's going to be harder for some of them to create, say, a culturally specific program or a culturally specific organization versus providing culturally responsive services.
Thank you. Can we agree that a major difference between these two categories is that the culturally specific has to staff, or I mean, staff members of those culturally those cultural populations, or are there any other difference between the two?
Let's go back because we can. All right. I hope no one gets car sick because we're gonna go fast. Let's go back. So it did say that for culturally specific services, they do have to serve a particular cultural community that is primarily staffed and led by members of that community. They have to demonstrate self-advocacy, positive cultural identity, and intimate knowledge of the lived experience. So I think that kind of is a secondary to being staffed and led by members of that community, knowing the experience of the community, knowing the impact of structural and individual racism and discrimination on the community, knowing the impact of specific disparities, and then knowing the community's strengths, cultural practices, beliefs, and traditions. So I think you're summarizing it really well, because it would be hard to truly know those impacts and to truly know those disparities if you hadn't experienced them. to an extent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right, please bear with me. We're gonna go real fast and come back. You can help me remember where we were. We talked about CASA, right? Okay. So now moving on to the second provider in Clatsop County. These are the provider is the Healing Circle, but the funding would go to their Boca Camps program. So this program serves child sexual abuse survivors locally and in surrounding communities. Ages range from 4 to 17, and there is no charge to families for the camps. They're completely free. They provide camps for children survivors, and then they also provide a mentoring program. And they spoke about quite a bit about how children who go through the camps can later become camp counselors or camp leaders and mentors as well. The funds that they're requesting today would be used for their existing program manager position, supplies for camp and support groups, and then to provide volunteer training as well as space rent and just improvements and upkeep on the camp itself. And they're requesting $32,299. They will implement with this funding that biannual training for volunteers. They also answered yes to culturally specific organization, but did not specify this culturally specific services, and they provide culturally responsive services. And I do want to start the discussion with Carrie's feedback. She said that she's familiar with this organization's past work and in supportive of their application, but it would have been helpful to get a bit more information about their work in the next application. Perhaps this is just a note for next time.
Do you know, were they funded last biennium?
I do not know, but if we want to have a discussion, I have a feeling that Avery could look that up.
We've definitely funded them before.
And that's what I thought, Sarah, but I know, you know, I think this was one of the programs that we had a lot of conversation about. And
I think
so
you're right. I remember that.
I couldn't remember if we ultimately decided, I believe we did ultimately decide to fund them, but I just, you know, I worry a little bit about we will implement training versus they've been doing training for victim services. So
I do think that their application wasn't the clearest, but what I gleaned from it is that this funding, if approved, the requested funding would get specific training, like different training than from what they had had, was how I read it. In the interest of time, do we want to move on to the next provider and we can come back when we find out if they've been a recipient before?
I just confirmed that they were a recipient last biennium.
Okay.
Oh, incredible. Thank you, Ian.
thank you for that. I agree with Carrie and would like to encourage them to give us more information, especially around what kind of training they're going to be getting. But I'm okay with approving full funding.
How do other panel members feel?
Fine.
Okay, so we'll make sure that we make a note for them. All right, another county down. So we'll move on to Columbia County. They had two providers seeking grant funds, the Amani Center and SAFE of Columbia County. So the Amani Center was their first provider. They provide forensic child abuse assessments and support services to children and their families who may have been impacted by abuse, neglect, or witnessing crime. They are requesting $28,928.50, and that would be used to fund their space rent and also to pay for utilities. They're implementing a new mental health program to provide appropriate interventions to the children served. All client paperwork is translated into Spanish. There are interpreters available, and they have bilingual and bicultural staff members. They also have an ASL fluent staff member. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Excellent. All right. The second agency or provider is SAFE of Columbia County. SAFE stands for Support, Advocacy, Freedom, and Empowerment. They offer in-person hospital and police station response systems, advocacy support groups, shelter stays for up to 30 days, and a 24-hour helpline to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. They have a primary prevention program for Columbia County schools. They are requesting $28,927.20, and that funding will partially fund their executive director, a court advocate, and their house manager. They provide interpreters to and work closely with the Amani Center, who is our previous applicant. And they work closely with community partners to address transportation, housing, and resource barriers, which I know has been one of the big barriers that was talked about across the state from all these providers. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
All right. Coos County. So we have two providers in this county, the Kids Hope Center and the SAFE Project. So the Kids Hope Center is the county's only abuse intervention center, child abuse intervention center in Coos County. The services provided to families of children who have reported or are suspected to have experienced some type of abuse or neglect. And they predominantly serve Coos County, although they will serve occasionally other children from neighboring counties. The funding will be used to support a part-time child and family advocate. This saves other funding to be used for interpreter and cultural services and transportation. And they are requesting $60,408. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services. What do y'all think? All right, just for
Looks good to me.
perfect. And for the just for the recorded record, Shannon gave a thumbs up. All right, provider number 2 in Coos County is the SAFE Project. They provide advocacy and trauma recovery for those experiencing domestic violence or sexual assault. These include support groups, a crisis hotline, legal advocacy, transportation, emergency shelter, and other services as needed. They are requesting $72,204 from Coos County. They are also getting, oh no, actually, I'm so sorry, ignore that. This was not the one. They are requesting $72,204. They are not being funded by any other county. And this will be used for a part-time outreach advocate and full-time executive director, including their benefits and taxes. They have focused outreach efforts to their most vulnerable and marginalized communities, specifically women, Indigenous folks, and the LGBTQ+ victims of crime. They employ Spanish-speaking bilingual advocates and use local and virtual resources for any other translation needs. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Excellent. All right, I got ahead of myself. This is who I was thinking of earlier. So for Crook County, their third provider is the Kids Center. They provide specialized medical evaluations, forensic interviews, family advocacy, and post-trauma therapy to children who have experienced or witnessed abuse. They are requesting $38,723.
I'll just say I'm going to abstain from this one.
Oh, yes.
Or, yeah.
Yeah,
Excuse
thanks.
myself.
They are requesting that funding for forensic interviewers, a medical director, medical examiners, and a rural services manager. And I want to be very clear, I made a mistake on this slide. This is Coos County, not Crook County. I got ahead of myself. So we're still in Coos County. Their service
Kids Center's in Deschutes County. So
Kid Center, this is our Crook County. We did apply to Crook County, so I'll just say that.
Crook and not Coos. Oh my
Right.
goodness.
Not Coos.
I'm a hot mess. All right, we're getting back to it. This is Crook County. Please excuse me. The services are provided free of charge and are responsive to the individual needs of the family. Teletherapy is an option, and basic needs such as clothing, food, and gas are provided. They contract with language services providers to ensure all victims can communicate their needs. They maintain an active DEI team to identify potential enhancements in how they serve children and their families. And they offer cultural competency trainings, particularly in LGBTQ+, Latinx, and Native American populations for staff. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services. They are also, which this is some of the confusion, they are also later requesting funding again from Deschutes County. But we're talking about Crook County right now.
Full funding.
Full funding.
Excellent.
Full funding.
And to clarify, I got a little bit out of sorts when I did this one. They are the only provider for Crook County. I was not fully caffeinated when I made this slide. All right, so we're moving on to Deschutes County. They had the most providers seeking grant funds. They have 5. So it's Kids Center, who we just spoke about, In Our Backyard, CASA of Central Oregon, J-Bar-J Youth Services, and Saving Grace. And Gil, I'm gonna guess that you wanna acknowledge this conflict as well.
Yeah.
Perfect. And so we are again, their first provider is Kids Center, who we just spoke about doing all those wonderful things. The funding that they're requesting from Deschutes County comes to a total of $39,320.19. And this funding would be allocated for their medical examiners, forensic interviews, viewers, and a family advocate.
Full funding.
All right, so the second provider in Deschutes County is In Our Backyard. They are a community resource center that supports caregivers and adults experiencing risk for or exploitation for labor and or sex trafficking. And they have drop-in hours for resource assistance. So their application, it took me a minute to understand what they were saying. They kind of have 2 main programs. So they have their community resource center, and then they also offer school curriculum for kindergarten through 12th graders. And they specifically have a Teens Against Trafficking program for 5th through 12th graders. And they offer pop-up life skills that teach basic skills to teens as part of trafficking prevention. They are asking for $31,830.63. And that funding will be allocated for that Teens Against Trafficking training specialist, a counselor, space rent, a Ring camera for their resource center, hospitality supplies, travel, marketing, and evaluations. They are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services.
I do have concerns about this. This funding was supposed to go to victim services. And while I think this is a really important program, you know, certainly this kind of work is important. I'm not sure this is what was intended for this funding, especially coming out of justice reinvestment funds. So I would love to hear from if other folks have any concerns about that.
I had some questions too. This is Shannon. Apparently this group is maybe part of the task force that we help coordinate out there. My folks that do that work are aware of it, but had been aware of it as more of an awareness organization. And they didn't raise any, if I want to be really clear, they didn't raise any red flags, but they were not aware that they had moved into direct service kind of provision. Again, they are a part of the task force, it sounds like, which was recently renamed. And so that would, you know, that would mean that they are working with the multidisciplinary task force, that's the VAP, the local nonprofit, DHS, law enforcement, et cetera. But I just don't have any specific information about the actual advocacy or interventions that they're offering. So.
I know that Carrie had also had feedback about this one. She had asked if they were an applicant in the previous biennium. They were not. And she also expressed some of the same concerns that you're having, and especially around just wanting to know how they safely, skillfully, and compassionately hold a survivor's trauma. So what kind of training they have, what kind of trauma-informed services they're providing.
For this grant for victim services that are funded, do they not have to meet like the VOCA requirements for victim services providers?
They don't, to my knowledge. There is a question that asks if they get VOCA funding and if they get Department of Justice funding, but there isn't, they can say no to that. In fact, quite a few agencies, again, I don't know if it's because the box didn't get checked or if because they don't receive funding, but quite a few didn't check that box.
I don't remember specifically at this point, but I know that JBAR-J is on this too, and they do receive funding, victim services funding for trafficking. Could we maybe review the rest of this and then consider if we want to ask some questions? I hate to, personally, I feel weird after all these years of doing this, like going back to the county and when they've clearly, hopefully worked together and decided that this is coordinated effort and this is how they want to do it. But I would really like to know, like, how does this, it's an organization that has exist. I think Nita Bells runs it, but I mean, it's I think moving into a new area, and I would like to know how it's going to coordinate with the services JBAR-J does offer and has consistently offered, and what if the county wants this as to build out their victim, their teen programming, that's would be an interesting angle, but I don't recall if that was addressed in JBAR-J's. I don't think it is.
Yeah, would you all like to do that? We'll move on and we'll come back to In Our Backyard. All right. So we'll come back. See you again soon. All right. So provider number 3 is the CASA of Central Oregon. They recruit, train, and support volunteers who advocate for the best interest of abused and neglected children in the court system. They are requesting $33,703.02 to partially fund 2 program coordinators and administrative costs. They have a special focus on rural areas of southern Deschutes County. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Full funding.
Full funding.
Excellent. All right, so here is our next provider who we were talking about. This is JBAR-J, Youth Services, and specifically their anti-trafficking project, or the APP project. So JBAR-J is the largest regional provider of services for high-risk children, youth, young adults, and families. The APP project provides comprehensive services to victims of human trafficking. They are requesting $33,703.02, and that funding will be used for housing and administrative costs. They have a bilingual survivor housing navigator who works with clients who are seeking housing. They did really go into how just housing in Deschutes County right now is very difficult to find for low-income folks and the folks that they are serving, and just that real intense need for a housing navigator and housing services. And I think that's true across the county, or across the state. They are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services. So in answer to your previous question, Shannon, it does sound like they serve a similar group of people, but doing very different things. It looks like, from my takeaway, JBAR-J is asking predominantly for assistance with housing services and administrative costs, whereas if you go to In Our Backyard, they're looking specifically to help their resource center and also for that Teens Against Trafficking program.
It just seems to me that the in our backyard is more prevention than victim services. And I think that's great and funding for prevention should exist, but I just don't know if that's the intention of this funding.
I
Yeah,
agree.
and I think then I'm guessing I'm gonna say something that Jane would speak up with. If it is victim services, which I mean, direct services, I'd be interested, but then I also would have questions about what's their training, what's their confidentiality, what, I mean, all those pieces that are so heavily like, outlined, and with all the other requirements, all these other programs have to undergo, it could be a wonderful suggestion. But if they're doing counseling, I mean, how is that actually coming about? So I have questions. I don't mean to be a roadblock, but
No, that's that's why we're coming to you, is to get your recommendations.
And I
So-
completely agree with that. And I do think that is our job actually here, is to speak up if we don't think this is the intent of the funding. So, I agree. I don't like to interfere in what a county wants to do, but we've seen over the years where a county will want to fund someone who actually doesn't do anything to do with victim services, but they just like the project, the program. And so, I think we get to ask those questions and encourage them. Like if we have a program that is providing victim services, encouraging them maybe to consider giving that funding to them and find another way to fund prevention services, which I agree with Sarah, really needs some funding, but maybe not this funding.
So I do want to go back to that. Now it's getting very far away. Bear with me. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. This one. So again, when you're thinking about if you want to fully fund, partially fund, or decline funding, we do have to base it on that recommendation on will it like positively impact victim services. So beyond, I just want to make sure that we're coming back. Like it sounds like there's a lot of questions around if they are demonstrating trauma-informed services. Are they offering services that allow their participants to overcome barriers? So we just kind of have to, whatever your recommendation is, it does need to be based on this. And this could be one of those times, and I'm of course not telling you what to do by any means, but this could be one of those times that it's helpful, oops, wrong way. No, it was the right way, to look at like, maybe this is a great opportunity for provisional funding. So then, because again, that allows those specific issues that you're identifying to be addressed. And then if they come back and they're not what you're hoping they are, then potentially we can look at like where that funding, you could work with the county to figure out where that funding should go. But you can get that further information.
I think looking at this, at least from my perspective, sorry, there's a dog that's going crazy. From this, I just don't know from what they've given us that I can even say that they're advancing like victim services. I don't have in front of me. I mean, because what they've said is we're going to do outreach, we're going to do pop-ups, and we have a curriculum. We don't know anything about them. I don't know who's training them, who's providing the information, what their background is. I mean, we really don't have anything. And there's frankly a lot of organizations that are really well intended, but there's a big difference between handing out soaps and making a leap towards what prevention is. And they are quite clearly indicating that they are moving into service provision of some sort. How? We don't know. Whom is who's doing it? We don't know. So I think that for me, it sounds well intentioned, but it's a jump to get to this is going to advance victim services and help people. I don't know anything about this organization. So.
Right, I would agree. I don't feel like provisional funding is appropriate to even fund for 1 year because we're not really sure. Like it's not clear. And I've looked at the application as well. It's just not clear that they're actually providing victim services at all.
I agree.
I guess I would vote to not fund.
I would vote to not fund.
I would say not fund, and I want to support that. I feel it's mostly education prevention, and the other program that did the teen trafficking had clearer victim service money direction than this one. So I'm saying no as well.
So fully decline funding. Okay. All right, and then the fifth provider in Deschutes County is Saving Grace. They provide comprehensive, free, confidential domestic violence and sexual assault services to survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, stalking, human trafficking, and dating violence. They are requesting $48,682.14. And this is to partially fund the salary of their existing supervised safe visit and exchange supervisor, and also to cover administrative costs. So one of the programs they spoke a lot about in their application is Mary's Place. And it's the sole domestic violence intervention specified supervised visitation and safe exchange program that's serving Central Oregon. And that supervised safe visit and exchange supervisor would work within that program. And they're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Funding.
I think these services are essential.
I
And
agree. I would recommend full funding.
full funding.
Well, funding.
Okay, there we go. All right. So now is that time that I am going to ask if we can take a quick break. We'll come back. It is, I'm looking at a clock. It's 9:26. So if we can come back at 9:36, this will give me a chance to like catch my breath, drink some water, etc.
Can I
Is that-
say something really quick?
Of course.
I just want to say that I'm looking at the human trafficking in our backyard website, and it actually says on here, although we do not offer direct services.
Okay.
I don't think
I
they're-
just looked it up too.
it's like very clear that they don't. So
Okay. All right. Well, I will see you all in 10 minutes. And then we will go through more counties. We're about a third of the way through.
Is the recording paused?
As far as I can tell, it is still recording.
And yes, Jane, sorry, I'm struggling to get my screen back on, but yes, the recording is still going.
Did you answer my question?
I did, yes, the recording is still going.
Okay. I have a general question. I just sometimes it seems like mine's the only voice that's on the recording as saying what direction to go, and I just want to make sure that it doesn't come across like I'm the only person voting and it goes forward.
No, and I just want to remind you too, you're making a recommendation, right? So you're a loud voice. And I think that we've had more people joining in, it seems like, and hopefully people feel comfortable and feel like they can. But no, I don't think anyone thinks this is the Jane show. Unless you want it to be. We can
Yeah.
work on that too.
No, I definitely don't.
And I apologize, I'm struggling a little bit with my technology down here. There we go. All right. Hopefully everyone is back and we're ready to roll. The majority of people are. If you can all help me though, we just want to double check real quick before we start the next county. We did want to clarify that it was full funding for J-Bar-J, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thought so, but just double checking. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are gonna hop right into Douglas County's victim services provider. They had two providers seeking grant funds, Douglas Cares and Peace at Home. So Douglas Cares they provide all acute and non-acute medical examinations for children who have experienced abuse, whether it's physical, sexual, or neglect. They conduct forensic interviews to obtain information from child victims for use in court hearings. They are requesting $75,396.50, and that funding will be used as contractual services for victim services. They did not specify what those victim services were or how they were going to be culturally specific. They did answer yes to culturally specific organization. They do, and they said they do provide culturally responsive services.
I had questions about this actually and Peace at Homes, and I'm very familiar with both organizations. It was more in how they structured their application. I noticed that their budget was priced out per unit, which I don't know what I mean, in the CAC world, you have the forensic exams and the interviews like that. Typically, I'm aware of like the ballpark of what those run, but I've never seen like with Peace at Home, victim services priced out, and it was priced out at like $3,100 a unit. I don't know what that means. And Peace at Home is a wonderful organization. I don't have concerns about the organizations, either of them, but it almost seemed like somebody from the county wrote it. I was surprised by how it was delivered, because I don't, just what you identified, like what's this paying for? Is it positions? Is it rent? Is it forensic exams? Is it the designated medical provider? I feel like, this grant, I feel like is not super prescriptive, and these programs have been getting it, but this one seemed like they took it too far the other way. Like, we don't even have to tell you what we're going to do with this. We do great work. Just give us a lot of money. And I just want to flag that, because if that happens this time, that it'll be that way forever.
So I feel like we're kind of talking about both agencies at once. So let's just to bring it back to Douglas Cares. Do you have an idea on what you would like to do? Would you like to, fully fund and we can make a note? We need more clarification. There's partial funding. How would you like to handle that specifically with Douglas Cares? And then we'll do the same with Peace at Home next.
I'd like to hear other people's opinion. Like, I don't want to not fund them, but I don't feel like they've actually, it seems like an incomplete application at this point. Like,
I think that's
what,
really important.
Yeah.
I think based on your question, I would say fully fund, but say we need more clarification so that it doesn't happen again. I think that's
Yeah.
really good to catch that and ask them to be clear.
Can I ask a question? Can we go back and say we would like to fully fund you, but you need to like finish this first?
Provisional funding.
Does the provisional,
Yeah.
does the provisional piece come into play here maybe?
So I just opened their full application and am reading through it, and it's like in third person. I think the county wrote their
I
application.
think the county wrote the application. Yeah, it wasn't a knock on the program. I was like, I don't
Yeah.
think the folks that actually are doing
Wow.
this wrote this. And I misspoke on the other one. They actually, Peace at Home does talk about what they're going to do. But again, it's like the county filled in. It's like they decided they were going to do X number of services and then divided the money by that number of services. And then the budget has like a per unit cost, which.
Right, and
Yeah,
it's worded as if they're contractors, which I mean, I can understand why they would think that, but I think it just makes both their application and their budget just look different than we're used to looking at. But it's just because it's very clear, at least for Douglas Cares, that they didn't write this application themselves. That I think if we gave them provisional funding and then asked to get info on how the CAC themselves are actually going to use the funding, I'm sure they would give that to us. I think we funded them before.
I mean, even if they were going to use it for operational costs, they should be able to say that, right?
Yeah.
And so, Gil, to answer your question, or I think it was your question, maybe Terry, it was yours. If you do decide to fully fund them and the commission takes that recommendation and does agree and fully fund them, then we can absolutely ask for a budget. There's not a lot of teeth, if you will. There's not a requirement at that point. So we could, of course, send that information and say, hey, like there was a lot of conversation around this. We'd like to know more going forward. But you wouldn't, the only way to like get that information and then make a decision on it would be to use that provisional funding option.
I vote for provisional.
I think provisional.
I mean,
But
Yeah.
Both-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I wanted.
both applications within that budget did the exact same thing. They took I read the units required as the 24 months times 24, what was 24 months times the amount per unit. And then they had a vague how it was going to be spent out on both Peace at Home, did I say, or Peace at Home and the Cares. So it's clear they're going to spend this much money a month, but they didn't say how or how that varies on both of them.
I'm gonna guess that they may have just been following directives from their county as far as how this played out and how the county thought they should submit the application, and they just kind of reacted to it and followed along. I mean, I'm just total speculation on my part, but it seems like the provisional piece, and this is my first meeting, so I'm new to this, but like the way I think about it is that it is a tool that we have to be able to say, like, if we see a process issue with the way the application was administered and we would like it to be done a certain way, and in the future, this is just a way to sort of say, hey, this, we will fund you, but we want the process to play out a certain way, and this is how it should go, and this is what you'll need to do, and then everybody's happy, and then they learn for next time what we hope to see. I mean, that seems like a good use of that lever.
They're also not culturally specific. 'Cause
All right. So there's a couple options too, and I want to appreciate your patience because I'm getting some feedback from my colleagues as well. So if you wanted to do the provisional funding, you all, the panel, would come back in 9 months. We'd get to do this fun thing again. We'd review those applications and you would see if the information that they provided clarified enough to get that second year of funding. The other thing that you could do is you could say, and this is new information to me as well. So you all could say that the full funding is contingent on an updated budget, which is what you just described, Gil. So that is also an option that I'm sorry I didn't tell you about sooner because I didn't know.
Oh, that's great. I would say not just an updated budget, but application. Because the application doesn't say what they're going to do.
And so would you prefer to do the provisional funding? That way we can meet up again, discuss this and any other applications that are provisional, and then get that information and decide then? Or would you want this funding to be full funding contingent on an updated budget and updated list of what they would be doing?
Contingent sounds great and very appropriate.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. I am double checking as we do this just to make sure that I haven't screwed anything up completely. But so far, it sounds all right. And then one note too is that this updated application would have to be done very, very quickly because the commission meeting is coming up in, I want to say it's 2 weeks on the 29th. So it'll be a quick turnaround for them. But I think that hopefully they can do that. There's, $75,000 on the line. So hopefully they can make that happen. Okay, so I'll just need someone to out loud say that you want to fully fund this contingent on what you would like it contingent on.
I would like to see it fully funded with contingent on whatever you just last said.
Which was, go ahead, Sarah.
Contingent on an updated application.
Thank you.
Excellent. And are you all just, again, because that 29th of November is coming up real quick and there's a holiday in there and all this stuff, are you all comfortable with staff, so with CJC staff evaluating that information and deciding if what they provided was enough?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
We've definitely funded them multiple times before. We know that they're doing the work that we should be funding. So I have no issues with that.
Okay.
Is it possible, just because I always like to see, I'm curious how they did it, to send out just what they sent, even though we're not commenting and we're putting their value into your team?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look towards my little sidebar over here with the background information, but I don't see there's any reason why we couldn't send it out to you. Yes, I just got the totally fine. Okay. And one thing too, and we can continue doing this now, or we can come back during the discussion portion, whichever you would prefer. But one thing that would be very, very helpful to us is exactly what you're looking for. So I know a budget, like you want to know what they're doing with the money, like written out, but what other information would be helpful? Like what else do you need to see to feel comfortable with that full funding recommendation?
Well, I think that, this one seems very straightforward. I think that's why we're comfortable in trusting it to you all. They request funding for contractual services.
So we want to know what those contractual services are.
What is that? Yeah, they really didn't. I am all for streamlined applications. Again, support this organization. We fund them, they're great. But whomever did this really just jumped all over, any kind of bare outline of what's going to happen. And I think that's not where we want this to be. So they need to tell us what they're doing, and the budget should break down. Is it going to pay for part of an FTE? Is it going to be hourly services for a DMP? It doesn't, we're not, this is information that they're going to have readily available to them. And if some of it's going to be flexible for administrative, I don't think anybody's going to balk at that. We just need to know, that's what the money is going to.
Sure. Okay, thank you. That's incredibly helpful. All right. So fully funding contingent on letting us know what they're doing. And then our next one is Peace at Home. They are a community-based nonprofit that serves Douglas County, providing comprehensive services to victims or survivors of family violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. The funds will be used for advocacy services, including an advocate to provide Latinx-specific services, a legal advocate, and then for the lethality assessment program advocate. And they are also requesting $75,396.50. And something just that I thought was really interesting, and again, maybe most of you probably know this, but for our new members of the panel, this lethality assessment program, specifically at Peace at Home, was originally started in 2015 through funding from this grant, which I thought was really cool to see it continuing. They answered yes, much similar to the last organization, answered yes to culturally specific organization with not a lot of information, and said they do provide culturally responsive services.
And just to continue the theme, the work here is excellent. My only question was the budget. And again, I gotta think Melanie, I mean, she knows I've got to think that this is just that somebody else in the county just said, hey, don't worry about it, we'll fill in this piece, and then did what you said and just kind of like divided up amongst, you know, they've at least identified the services they're going to provide. I guess my question for you is, I like to see things broken out, but if the CJC, I don't know if you have reporting or anything.
Oh, you froze.
Broken out more specifically, that's what everybody else does, but I do actually, now that I've asked this for the last one, I wonder, like, do you ask for an annual report and then, you know, marry up what the budget or their reimbursement request is with what the budget, and if not, then am I just being nitpicky because ultimately nobody's ever going to look back and see if 25, you know, 0.25 FTE was charged. So I think that's really a kind of a question for you and how you all manage this. But I've never seen a per unit for an advocate, and since they're doing a lot of different things, I do think that's just a simple division of the amount of money that they're asking for across the months.
Sure. And to answer your question, yes, we do have an annual report, but we don't track expenses. The counties are responsible for that. So counties track expenses and we get an annual report from the county.
I should probably know this. Is this prospective money then? Like, do you give them like, here's your money for the next 12 months?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I should have probably known that as well, but had to get it from my colleague. So we're in the same boat. And they get it in 4 installments. So what would you like to do with Peace at Home? Would you like the same thing that we did with Douglas Cares? Do you feel more confident because they had a little more information? What would you like to do?
I guess since I've been talking, personally, I don't think that I don't, this one doesn't, I don't have any concerns about the provisional nature. My question was more how the budget was constructed. But given your answer, it actually makes me even question I mean, I still think in the Douglas Cares, they need to explain what they're doing. That's a minimum that everybody has done on this. But I certainly will. I had another question about another budget, and I think I'll kind of curtail that, because if folks aren't having to report what they're doing and they're getting reimbursed, I'm not sure it matters if they say we're going to fund 0.25 FTE with this, or we're going to contract with a medical provider. I mean, they're getting the money to provide services that they've outlined, and there's no like double checking, and the money's not based on that. So I don't know what you think, Sarah. I can see you in my thing. Do you think it's like, I don't know, does it relevant to ask them to break out their budget if in fact the budget isn't anything that they're going to be held to moving forward, I guess?
I mean, if we don't care how the funds are spent, then I don't know that it's worth asking them. The only thing, I keep looking at this to see if I'm looking at it wrong, is I think, because the county, I think, did their application, The second half of their application looks to me like it should be the Douglas Cares application. And then like, I think they're flipped. Like it talks about interviewers, like OC Fit trained interviewers and stuff like that. Like I think their application is not quite accurate, the second half, but maybe I'm looking at it wrong. So I don't know. I think that based on what I'm seeing here, their application is a little bit confusing as well. I haven't even looked at it.
I do think that you could potentially, and again, this is just an option, not directing you, but if we're worried that the information got swapped and it's just sort of a hot mess express, then maybe you could do the same thing for them that you did for Douglas Cares as well, and say, hey, I want to, because it sounds like from what Shannon's saying, you're all, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're all leaning towards fully funding. You just want a little more information. So maybe you could make them both fully funding contingent on getting that budget and clarification of what services they're providing and where that money is going. Because the money, a detailed budget is helpful in that it helps respond to like data requests for us. We use it for like, if we get requests. So it is helpful. I don't think it hurts anything by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have the same concerns for both. So, I mean, it looks like the county or whoever did their application just has like a per unit but monthly stipend that they're providing both organizations for the same amount of money. So it's kind of made up, which I don't think budgetarily is a huge concern, but I also think that as a grant reviewer and for CJC, it's like interesting and probably relevant to know how much things actually cost and how those funds are going to be used. And so I think if we're sending back one or contingent on one, we might as well do it on both. I think it's really nice that the county is like doing the application for them. Like that sounds really nice, but it doesn't seem to have worked out that well.
And so is everyone in agreement? That's what you want to do, a full funding contingent on a clarified budget and clarification of where the funds are going and what they're being used for. And again, you're all okay with the CJC reviewing it and then sending that recommendation to the commission on the 29th.
Yes, I am.
Makes sense to me. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. All right. Gillum County. Their provider is Haven for domestic and sexual violence. They just have the one provider. Haven provides services to survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, stalking, and trafficking. They are requesting $9,999.84. This funding will support their existing housing advocate, housing services, crisis response services, and bilingual marketing of their 24-hour crisis response services. All services are provided bilingually and biculturally for Spanish speakers. They answered yes, again, to culturally specific organization, and they do provide culturally responsive services. And also, I do want to note that they will come up again because they're also requesting funding from Sherman County. How are we feeling about Haven?
Don't believe they're a culturally specific agency, but I recommend full funding.
Same.
Perfect. All right, Harney County, their provider, they also had the single provider. Their provider is the Burns Paiute Tribe Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Program. This provides services to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, intimate partner violence, human trafficking, and stalking to both Burns Paiute tribal members that live in Harney County and on the reservation. They're requesting $10,023, and these funds will be used for survivor supports, including gas cards, phones, minutes, etc., and community outreach curriculum supplies. The services that they offer are available to Native Americans enrolled in a federally recognized tribe, with the preference given to Burns Paiute. And then recent relocation of their program away from the courthouse, they got a new building that increased services provided due to greater confidentiality. So they were one of many organizations that talked about an increased number of services going out to the community. They are a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
Recommend full funding.
Same here.
Full funding.
Excellent. All right. Hood River had a single provider as well. They chose Helping Hands Against Violence Incorporated. Helping Hands supports survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking through advocacy, shelter, education, and outreach. Their funds will be used specifically for childcare for children of survivors. They opened a new childcare center within their organization. It's called Millie's Place, and it specifically serves 3 to 5-year-olds. And they chose that age group because they can only afford limited staffing. And that was the age group that they found had the biggest need in the community of survivors they were serving. They support both English and Spanish-speaking students. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
This is another funding with a heart. This is great.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just wanted to be sure that.
Yes. All right, so Jackson County, they had 2 providers seeking grant funds, the Children's Advocacy Center of Jackson County, the CACJC, and Community Works. So the first one, the Children's Advocacy Center of Jackson County, provides forensic interviews, medical evaluations, therapy interventions, support, and advocacy services to children who suffer abuse or have witnessed crime. They are requesting $186,327.50. That would fund their bilingual intake director, and who is also a forensic interviewer, and their receptionist, who also is their therapy coordinator, and they would support them part-time. They have the only bilingual forensic interviewer in Southern Oregon. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Recommend full funding.
All right, flying through. Community Works is also a Jackson County provider. They provide services for domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and sex trafficking victims through shelter, advocacy, and transitional support. They are requesting $167,694.80. This will partially fund an existing lethality assessment program staff, including an advocate, a justice services manager, and director of advocacy services. And I do want to make a note. I spoke a couple earlier and said that this program, or this funding is going towards the lethality assessment that started in 2015. I misspoke. It is actually Community Works. I referenced that and do it for another organization, and I was wrong. It's actually these. So it's kind of cool to see that these funds were used in 2015 to start this program, and now they're requesting it to continue it going. And it sounds like from their application, it has continued to grow. They offer co-located advocacy with other agencies and organizations like DHS, law enforcement, healthcare, etc. They offer weekly support groups in both English and Spanish, and they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Full funding.
Can I ask a question that is actually not important?
Welcome.
And it's
Yeah.
mostly just me being curious.
Of course.
Are all these people asking for funding that fits into the required 10%, or are some counties just giving people more money?
Oh, that's a great question. You know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I assumed, maybe wrongly, that it was just the 10%.
That seems like a lot of money, but maybe
yes.
county gets a lot of money.
It says, okay, I'm getting feedback from my colleagues. Yes, so for this biennium, everyone is doing the 10%. In the past, only Washington County has gone above the 10%.
That's actually not correct.
Oh,
Marion County gave additional funds also to us in the past, but not this year.
was it from this grant?
they awarded part of their award to
I
us.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know how they would do it otherwise, but maybe there's a way that I don't understand. But wouldn't they have to just give from their 90% or 87%?
Yeah, if they're using
doing-
JRP funds, like there's only a certain amount of money, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, you're spot on. It had to be. So yes, in answer to your question, some can and some have. Washington County, Marion County, potentially other counties that I don't want to leave out, but I don't have the background. And they can't. So there's no reason that they can't, other than, you know, they need funds too. But yes, typically it's that 10% split between the providers.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions while we're stopped? All right, let's roll. We are going into Josephine County, their victim services. So they had two providers, the Women's Crisis Support Team and the Illinois Valley Safe House Alliance. So the first is the Women's Crisis Support Team. They are the primary domestic and sexual violence intervention, advocacy, and safe shelter agency in Josephine County. Their programs are focused on intervention, safe shelter, and prevention and education. They are requesting $128,916.58, and this will fund the support, funds will support 2 existing shelter advocates, 2 intervention advocates, and space rent. They have an extremely diverse staff that they spoke a lot about, including a member of the homeless community. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services. What would you all like to do with funding?
Full funding.
Okay. The second provider is the Illinois Valley Safe House Alliance. They provide services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, elder abuse, stalking, and trafficking. They are requesting $55,215. This will fund on-call advocates' weekly stipends, also provide partial funds for their executive director position, utility costs for their landline, emergency cell phones, gas cards, and other essential emergency supplies, such as funds for motel stays, car repairs, outreach supplies, and emergency food cards, and more. They do offer staff trainings on ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, oppression, diversity, equity, and inclusion, trauma-informed services, and more. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
All right, moving over to Klamath County, they had a single provider. They are asking for funds for the Klamath Advocacy Center. This center provides access to safety for persons affected by intimate partner violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and stalking. The Klamath Advocacy Center also houses the Klamath County Trafficking Task Force. They are requesting $165,371, and that will be used to fund their existing intake advocate, a contracted bookkeeper, and help with communications, printing, and administrative costs. They are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services.
I think they should be fully funded.
All right, full funding. All right, moving over to Lake County. They have 2 providers who are seeking grant funds. Just want to give anyone. They are the Lake County Crisis Center, the LCCC, and the New Beginnings Intervention Center. So the first provider, Lake County Crisis Center, provides direct service programs that assist survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, dating violence, elder abuse, and abuse against persons with disabilities, and human trafficking. They are requesting $8,883.50. This would fund the partial salary of their existing executive director and victim advocate, would help pay survivor legal fees, and would also help with auto insurance, cell phone services, and language line services for survivors. They have English and Spanish speaking services available through staff, and language line for other languages as needed. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding. I do have a comment or a suggestion,
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is possible or not, but for some of these organizations where the award is less than $10,000, like if there's a way to make their application like really, really basic, it might be worth considering because it's a small amount of money, and some of us are getting, you know, $130,000, and it's a fairly simple application in general, but for like $8,000, if there's an abbreviated way to do that, I think it might be worth considering.
Thank you.
As long as it's not so abbreviated that then we go, we don't know what they do. For the ones that have been doing it over and over, I think that's really great. But then if somebody applies that has never applied before, then do we have enough information? It's hard to say we can, you know, have it too abbreviated, but I sure agree about the small amount of money.
Yeah, and I would also be curious to know if exactly they need that money to, you know, to complete what they already have, because I was wondering if 8,000, for example, could support the payment of the advocates and directors'
Yeah.
salary. So I would be very curious to know maybe and understand other funding streams that they have, and understand if they're just asking for this as a surplus or they really need it.
Thank you. All right, moving
Fully,
forward.
fully
Oh,
funded,
sorry.
right? We're fully funding them, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
fully funding. Yeah.
All right, provider number 2 is the New Beginnings Intervention Center.
Mhm.
They provide 24-hour crisis resources, transportation assistance, medical services, and other resources to survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. They are requesting, again, $8,883.50. This funding would be used in part for some of the salary of the existing executive director, emergency hotel stays for clients, office supplies, and the OCADSVA conference. And then they are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
I have a question about this one. If the folks who have done this before could help me remember, I think we had a conversation about when it's for training. And I don't remember what we had, the conclusion we had come to. Because it's not direct victim services.
I don't remember that conversation. Maybe I wasn't here. But I think especially DVSA specific training seems really relevant to providing those victim services. So I don't have a concern about it, but I don't remember that conversation.
I
And
really
I
want to
agree.
speak to the ruralness of that program and the limited budgets they have to send staff, if they want to send their whole staff to training, specifically if it's a CVSD or coalition training. I really want to help support that. I see that as an important part of serving victims.
Yeah, I understand that, Wanda. I just wanted to make sure we weren't like doing something different than what we had done before. That was my only thing. But if nobody remembers but me, I do know there was a
I don't
conversation
remember,
around training.
honestly. I remember we've talked about training as far as like, and a couple times ago, I think there was like a mental health service provider in one of the eastern counties, right? And we were like, are they even trained to do victim services? But I don't remember that particular conversation. I
And
apologize.
I do think, Shannon, it might have been in relation to something like that, and it was a training that didn't have to do with DVSA.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if anybody remembered what the ultimate conclusion was. It's just a checking in on making sure we don't set a different precedent than what we had done before. I am
Uh,
fine with full
I
funding.
can provide some perspective. I just checked the last biennium's application from New Beginnings, and it looks like you all did fund $500, $550 in travel and training last time.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right.
I just to throw out there, it just seems to me also, since it's not a ton of money, and maybe we could make this clearer in the application, that, you know, they're kind of just like covering all their bases. It's like, we'll figure out later what we actually need the money for. Is it the salary? Or because it's like, not, obviously it's not going to cover all of these things. So we could just be clear with people that it's fine to ask for general operating costs.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to like throw in everything but the kitchen sink, as they say.
Yeah.
I do want to make sure it over time, I think the process has gotten more and more specific to reaching underserved communities.
Yeah.
And so I don't want us to say, oh, you know, it's fine to just give us something general. And then all of a sudden we switch gears and say, your budget has to reflect that you're providing services to underserved communities. I just don't want us to start heading down something we can't continue.
Yes.
Right, especially when sending back up that we felt like weren't detailed enough on how they're going to use the funds.
I think, yeah, I was just thinking that you can do both, right? Like also for training, right? Wouldn't we be okay with somebody doing DEI training, even though that's not direct DVSA training? So.
All good conversation. For sure. Are we ready to move on? All right, next is Lane County. They have 4 service providers that are seeking grant funds: the Hope and Safety Alliance, SAS, or the Sexual Assault Support Service, Kids First, and the SIUSLA Outreach Services. So first and foremost is the Hope, or not first and foremost, first up is the Hope and Safety Alliance. They provide comprehensive services to survivors of domestic violence. This includes emergency shelter, supports and barrier reduction, children and youth services, community education and outreach, 24-hour crisis support, and trauma-informed interventions and services. They are requesting $119,859, and this would partially fund salaries for 3 existing crisis and support advocates, and also would cover some administrative costs. They really stressed an increased need and really spoke very eloquently, in my opinion, to the difficulties that they've had related to the COVID pandemic. And I don't think that these have been unique to the Hope and Safety Alliance. I just really wanted to make a note and just appreciated them being so clear about why they're facing different struggles that they haven't faced before. And they are not a culturally specific organization, and they do not provide culturally responsive services. However, again, much like some of our other organizations, some of the services that they offer are, again, things that other applicants said were culturally responsive services. So
Recommend full funding.
I'm not going to vote on any of these because this is my county.
Oh, and Sarah, you're welcome to vote if you would like to on the ones in your county. It's just not your organization, if you'd like to, but your call.
Full funding, and you know, they're also from my county, so I bet they checked the right box for culturally responsive and the county put it in wrong.
Yeah, probably. All right, SAS is the Sexual Assault, the Sexual Assault Support Services. I even practiced saying that one yesterday. They provide interventions and services to survivors of sexual violence, and then also support their families, friends, partners, and the broader community at large. They are requesting $119,589.90. And this would partially fund their existing medical director and their nurse practitioner and help with medical supplies. It would also help fund their support group and education coordinator, their assistant director of programs, their associate director, IT services, offer translation services, and would help with rent, utilities, office supplies, and some administrative costs. They are the only sexual assault specific organization in Lane County, and they are one of only 2 in Oregon. They support both survivors and survivor facing professionals in navigating services. They are planning some service expansion over the next biennium to include virtual programming, Spanish language programs, and their crisis and text and chat line. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I'd recommend full funding.
Full funding.
Yeah, me too. But I'm pretty sure they don't have a medical director, nurse practitioner, or medical supplies. I think that's actually from our application.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Provider number 3 is Kids First. They provide intervention and advocacy services for Lane County children who have been victims of or witnesses to crime. They are requesting $119,589.90. This will partially fund their existing medical provider, medical supplies, and administrative costs. They can only take referrals from DHS, law enforcement, and hospitals, medical providers. So they have really focused on outreach and education about their services to community partners. And they spoke in their application about how that increased outreach has really increased the number of people referring to them. They are not a culturally specific organization, and they do not provide culturally responsive services. Although, again, this is one that they did describe some services that other counties would have described as culturally responsive.
Recommend full funding.
Full funding.
Sorry, this is not contingent on there, but it says they can only take referrals from these 3 places, but they're doing outreach to community partners. Does that mean community partners are then referring to these folks that can refer to Kids First?
That was my understanding from the application, is that they are increasing their education, I think, to DHS, law enforcement, hospitals, and people who are referring folks to, say, law enforcement. So like making them aware of like, hey, this advocacy center is here, and this is how, if you think it would be a benefit to this child, this is how to get that referral, is how I read the application. I want to be very clear. That's my interpretation.
Okay, thanks.
This is my application, so I'm just going to recuse myself from that. But to answer your question, yes, all of that's right. Also training schools and other like people who are reporting those things.
Finally, provider number 4 is the Sius Law Outreach Services. They provide advocacy services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, trafficking, elder abuse, and stalking. They are requesting $39,953. This, again, has a large list of services that this funding could be used for, including the salary of their existing executive director, their lead advocate, the salary of their safe house manager, and their administrative assistant, to help with social media management, bookkeeping, the OCJIN access, safe house utilities and supplies, transportation costs, motel vouchers, and their crisis line. So again, using that funding for a couple of various different things. They've been working really hard on building community partnerships to serve marginalized communities. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Full funding.
Funding.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to Lane County. So this will be pretty short. The providers seeking grant funds from Lane County are the ABC House and CARDVA, or the Center Against Rape and Domestic Violence, both of which also received funding from Benton County. So ABC House is our first provider. They are requesting, excuse me, $84,924.50. And that funding would partially support their existing lead advocate, a medical director, and a contracted medical provider.
Full funding.
Excellent. For Cardva, they are requesting $84,924.50. Their funds would be used for the existing shelter advocate salary to help pay rent for office spaces, to help with shelter maintenance, and for advocate mileage.
Full funding.
Full funding.
Excellent. All right, moving on to Lincoln County. They had 3 providers that were seeking grant funds: the Children's Advocacy Center, Centro de Ayuda, and My Sister's Place. So the first provider is the Children's Advocacy Center. They offer child abuse intervention and assessment services in a safe, neutral, and supportive environment for children who are suspected of being abused or neglected. They are requesting $29,940.10 to partially fund their victim services coordinator position. The majority of the children and families that they serve are members of marginalized and underserved populations. So while they are not a culturally specific organization, they do provide culturally responsive services. And if I may, I'd like to start this discussion with feedback from Carrie Naughton. She said that she would have loved more information about how they're culturally responsive.
I think that's great feedback for them. If you can provide that, I would still recommend full funding,
Yes,
and just give them that feedback.
Absolutely.
I agree with Jane.
Perfect. The second provider in Lincoln County is Centro de Ayuda. They are dedicated to serving Latino, Latina, and Latinx clients who need assistance primarily due to language or systems barrier to services. So their services include emergency response, medical and legal interpreting services, community referrals, and system navigation specifically to Spanish and Hmong speakers. They are requesting $25,806. And that would partially fund a new community interpreter, a workstation for staff, and administrative costs. They are a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
Full funding.
And finally, in Lincoln County, we have My Sister's Place. They support survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, stalking, and human trafficking. They are requesting $29,500, and that would partially fund their existing shelter advocate and housing specialist. They would provide emergency assistance to survivors and help with administrative costs. This is the second program in the state to offer shelter services for people who are transgender, non-binary, and to men. They work closely with the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians Care Program, and they are the only program in the state, according to their application, to prioritize shelter for tribal members and Native Alaskans. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I'm in support of this application, but I do just want to say for the record and for the other folks who don't know about DVSA programs, I don't believe that's accurate about either of those statements. I don't know of any program in the state that doesn't provide services to trans, non-binary, and men.
Amen.
And
Correct.
then also I do know there are more shelters that prioritize shelter for tribal members. So
we can give them that feedback when we send the funding their way.
And I don't know what that's based on. I've never heard that from them. Maybe that was carried over from another director telling the current director that or something. I don't know, but I've never heard them make those statements before. And I saw it in the application, but it's not accurate.
I was surprised
Current
too.
director is
I
not
didn't
legal.
catch this the first time, but they also had their shelter was closed for like quite quite a bit of time, so I don't know. I have questions, but maybe questions for another day.
I think there
They
needs to
should be funded,
feedback.
but they should work on their application,
Mhm.
maybe.
I think
Wanda,
there
did
needs,
you have something?
yes, I did. I agree with what's been said, but I really feel that they need to uh, be, look at that statement of shelter for transgender and non-binary men, because that's been going on as long as we've had shelters. And even if we didn't have shelters, how we did housing in other ways. So that statement could be very, just, it's not accurate. Yeah.
We will
Could
give
it
them.
be, could it be that because since they mentioned trans, non-binary, and men, does it mean that they do not provide shelter for women? So, and maybe children. So I think, to me, I think I'm seeing it from a different perspective. That they are more specific with the population of people they serve.
They definitely do provide shelter to women.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I think they're trying to say like this is special about us, but
Yeah.
unfortunately it's just not an accurate statement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to base funding on it, but there's a couple things in this that I don't think are necessarily accurate that I have questions about, to be perfectly honest. I don't really know what to do about it right now. I feel bad that I didn't catch this earlier. All I can say is divided attention, but I'm going to reach out to one of my managers and see if I get any feedback on this. I don't think I have anything to offer right now that's necessarily helpful.
Okay. There will be a discussion portion at the end too, so we can come back. All right, Malheur counties, they had one victim services providers, Project Dove. They provide direct support services to those experiencing domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. They are requesting $68,335. And this would be used to partially fund their existing lead bilingual advocate to help with utilities, housing supplies, unit maintenance, to purchase a washer and dryer, and also to help with office supplies and administrative costs. They operate a 10-room emergency shelter with 4 transitional units, and they have partnered with a local organization to serve migrant farm workers. They answered yes to culturally specific organization, although did not really describe those services, and they said that they provide culturally responsive services.
Well, I don't believe they're culturally specific organization, but I'd recommend full funding.
All right, how are we feeling? Do we need this break or should we continue on?
I could use a break.
You got it. All right, we'll take 10 minutes. So it's 10:33. We'll see you at 10:43.
I lost track of the time. Are we supposed to be back now?
Oh, you have 1 minute.
1
Okay.
minute. Okay.
All right, welcome back. I hope everyone got what they needed.
I'm going to step away from the screen, but I can hear you just for a
Okay.
few minutes. Yeah.
That's perfect. All right, so we're gonna move on to Marion County.
And
They-
I'm going to declare a conflict of interest on this one
Absolutely.
and not participate.
Absolutely. So we have two providers seeking grant funds, the Center for Hope and Safety and Liberty House. So first is the Center for Hope and Safety. They provide services for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, teen dating violence, stalking, and human trafficking. They provide a 24-hour crisis line, emergency shelter and transportation, support groups in multiple languages and locations, advocacy services, and community education. They are requesting $246,234.65, and that is partial funding for their existing bilingual intake coordinator, for the Mosaic intake coordinator, youth advocate, and administrative costs. They serve a higher proportion of underserved and marginalized communities through their programs than the census figures for their area would predict due to their advocate outreach. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services. And for anyone that is new, I just want to clarify, when they're asking for a Mosaic intake coordinator, the Mosaic House is a converted hotel that is being used as a shelter. So Jane has noted a conflict, but would anyone else like to start the discussion?
I recommend.
Was that full funding?
Yes, sorry, full
That's
funding.
okay. Perfect. All right. The second provider is Liberty House. They provide trauma-focused therapy for children who have been victims of abuse, neglect, sexual assault, trafficking, and adults who have experienced childhood trauma. They are requesting $246,235 to partially support 3 existing mental health therapists in their Hope and Wellness Services program. These therapists provide trauma-informed counseling services to both children and families, including individual therapy, family therapy, and group therapy. The funding would also support access to treatment for patients without insurance because they offer it on a sliding scale. They're incorporating bilingual and bicultural staff into their interpretive services, and therapists have significant experience working with children and families with literacy challenges, disabilities, and from multiple cultural, ethnic, and religion backgrounds. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Recommend full funding.
Yes, I agree.
All right, moving over to Morrow County, they also have 2 providers seeking grant funds, the Mount Emily Safe Center and Domestic Violence Services Incorporated. So their first provider, Mount Emily Safe Center, provides services to children 0 to 17 who are suspected of being victims of abuse, neglect, or domestic violence. They are requesting $9,567, and this funding would partially support a forensic interviewer, their child and family advocate, office supplies, and phone service. They primarily provide service to Union County, but also serve Baker County, Grant County, Morrow County, and Wallowa counties. And they are also, we'll see them later, they're also requesting funding from Union County. This is a pretty rural community with limited resources. And so they are one of the few that are able to provide child abuse interventions in that area. They're not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All right. This next provider is Domestic Violence Services Incorporated. They are seeking renewed funding to support an existing advocate, office supplies, and also mileage, because again, it is a pretty rural county, and they're requesting $9,567. They have advocacy centers in 2 locations in Morrow County to ensure that survivors of domestic and sexual violence are aware of their services and it's more accessible to access them 24/7. They have 3 bilingual advocates to better serve a large population of Spanish speakers. And while not a culturally specific organization, they do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
Right. Multnomah County. They have 3 providers seeking grant funds. They have the Oregon Crime Victims Law Center, and the program is the Legal Aid Services. The IRCO, or the Immigrant Refugee Community Organization, they're seeking funding for their Survivor Services program. And then the Lutheran Community Services Northwest is requesting funding for their crime victim advocacy program. So this is a little bit unique in that these are larger programs, very large programs than we've probably seen previously. And then they're asking for funding for very specific programs within their organizations. So the first one is the Oregon Crime Victims Law Center. They partner with the Gateway Center for Domestic Violence to provide free legal services to crime victims. They're requesting $406,067. This would partially fund their attorney pool, their executive director, a victim's advocate, contractual services with Legal Aid Society of Oregon, would help pay bar dues, translation services, insurance, software, and general costs associated with the National Center for Victims of Crime conference. Their attorneys assist with cases related to safety and protection, child custody, financial support, immigration, housing, employment, privacy, restitution, and more. They regularly conduct trainings on victims' rights for public entities and community-based organizations. Nearly 45% of their clients come from traditionally marginalized communities, and while they're not a culturally specific organization, they do provide culturally responsive services.
The only question I had, and I'm sorry, I kind of had by this time I was reading, I was like, I thought it wasn't specific, it was for DVSA trafficking portion of the crime victims, or if it was all crimes. And I know that Gateway Center does a lot of support, so I just wasn't.
No, that's a great question. So in the application, it said the project attorneys will mostly represent victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and stalking, but they can represent them on other issues. So for instance, they could represent a domestic violence survivor on a child custody case.
So the linkage is the DVSA.
Yes, and child abuse and stalking.
All right, thank you. I got myself confused on that one.
Oh, that's okay. There were a lot of applications. So just to be clear, are we recommending fully funding?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Next up, we have IRCO, or the Immigrant Refugee Community Organization. They provide direct advocacy services to immigrants and refugees. Oops, I'm so sorry. To immigrants and refugees who have experienced human trafficking, domestic violence, and/or sexual assault. They are requesting $94,346, and that would partially fund their survivor services manager and a victim advocate, but also help with office and employee phone plans, IT support, emergency client supports, and administrative costs. This programming was created to fill gaps in case management, specifically for foreign-born survivors, particularly when it comes to those working in agriculture, construction, and the service industries. They address foundational needs first, things like safety, housing, etc. And then they're going to make referrals to complementary services like legal services, work services, health, etc. They have targeted outreach into non-English speaking communities, especially in designated economic opportunity areas. And they are a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
Recommend full funding.
Yes.
All right. The third provider and final provider in Multnomah County is the Lutheran Community Services Northwest, specifically their crime victim advocacy program. They're a community-based organization that offers a wide variety of services to crime victims. This includes case management, crisis response, legal and medical advocacy, outreach, and more. They are requesting $319,040. Their staff speak many languages and use trauma-informed practices to provide education and advocacy to immigrants, refugees, the BIPOC community, and other vulnerable populations. And I don't think I said they're going to use this funding for their existing program manager and victim advocate, for translator fees, communication costs, office supplies, employee training and travel, and administrative costs. One thing that I thought was really interesting, and they were just one of the ones that put it in there. I'm sure that other organizations have seen this, but when they're working with victims of crimes, over 35% of those crimes were unreported to police. And then 51% of all their new client cases from 2020 to 2021 were harassment or hate crimes. At the CJC, we do a lot of data collection around hate crimes and harassment, and I just thought that was a really sobering statistic for the state of Oregon. When possible, crime victims from minority communities are matched with advocates who communicate in their primary language. They are a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe they're a culturally specific organization, but I recommend full funding.
Mhm.
All right, full funding. Another one that needs clarification about what those things mean. That has been a common theme. All right, Polk County Victim Services has two providers. The first of which is Liberty House, who we've already seen, and then also Sable House. So Liberty House is asking for $22,424 from Polk County, and this would partially fund their existing medical provider. And they, again, are also receiving funding from Marion County.
Recommend full funding.
I agree.
All right. Our second provider is Sable House. Their services include comprehensive safety planning, advocacy, transportation, and support for survivors of both domestic violence and sexual assault. They're requesting $45,000 to partially fund their existing emergency shelter case manager position. They're committed to outreach activities directly aimed at underserved communities, and they have established culturally diverse partnerships with two local groups. They participated on two county response teams, the Polk County Sexual Assault Task Force and the Polk County Multidisciplinary Team. They have two bicultural, bilingual Spanish advocates and a bicultural Native American staff member. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All right. Moving on over to Sherman County, this is a provider we've seen before already as well. They are requesting funds for Haven, and this would be for $9,999.98. This would partially fund Haven's housing advocate position, and they again are receiving funding from Gillum County as well.
Fully funded.
Yes.
All right. We're moving on. So Tillamook County, they had a single provider as well. This was Tides of Change. They offer safety planning, system navigation, counseling, and support groups, 24/7 crisis intervention, and emergency shelter to those impacted by gender-based violence. They are requesting $26,879 to partially fund their existing bilingual director of services position. They provide linguistically relevant services for Latina and Latino survivors and advocacy services specific to immigration support. What they reference in their application were specifically U visas. Currently, 6 of their 11 staff are bilingual bicultural so that they can better meet survivor needs. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All funding.
All right. Umatilla County had 2 providers who were seeking grant funds, Domestic Violence Services Incorporated and Guardian Care Center. We have talked about Domestic Violence Services Incorporated before. From Umatilla County, they are requesting $50,124. And this would be partial funding for their outreach advocate, their program coordinator, who would buy a laptop and a hotspot, some office supplies, marketing software, mileage, and administrative costs. And again, they are also receiving funding. We've seen them before when we talked about Morrow County.
Fully funded.
All funding.
Provider number 2 is the Guardian Care Center. They are the provider of child abuse intervention for the county, and they offer medical exams, forensic interviews, mental health treatment, advocacy services. They also take referrals from DHS and law enforcement. They're requesting $50,124 to fund an existing forensic interviewer position. They offer translation services and tribal representation as needed. So they are not a culturally specific organization, but they do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All right. Finally, the third provider in Umatilla County is the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, specifically their Family Services Program. This program assists individuals impacted by domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, elder abuse, stalking, human trafficking. They offer services for both tribal and non-tribal members. They have created a pretty impressive, by working with other organizations as well, transportation network that covers LeGrand to Milton Freewater and the Tri-Cities in Washington and all the smaller towns in between, and really spoke to how much breaking down that transportation barrier has increased their ability to provide services to those communities. They are requesting $10,000, and that would be funding for survivor supports, emergency shelter, food, phones and minutes, utilities, clothing, fuel, car repairs, U-Haul rentals, and storage facility payments. And they are a culturally specific organization that provides culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All funding.
Full fund.
Mhm.
All right, so Wallowa County, the provider they are requesting funds for is the Wallowa Valley Center for Wellness. This is a mental and behavioral health care provider and also houses the Developmental Disabilities Program in Wallowa County. They are requesting $10,000 for victim services. This is another one that didn't have a lot of detail around what those victim services were. They did mention, though, that they could close the gap for homelessness, improve transportation barriers for attending appointments, and improve groups through the use of peer services. They're not a culturally specific organization, but does provide culturally responsive services.
I have concerns about that. This is one where they're saying, I mean, every program in the state of any kind serves victims, but it's not victim services. Direct victim services. So this is one of those I have concerns about.
Yeah, is this one that did they apply last time and did we fund them?
I had that same question. Thanks, Shannon.
Yeah.
They did apply before, and I do not know if they were funded or not. The only reason I know that they applied is I have feedback from Carrie. And she says, I think we've had this conversation that I expect you all are about to have the last couple of times we've reviewed this county's application. So they definitely have been at least an application before.
So there's not a way to know what we decided before?
So I just checked the contract, and it looks like they were not funded in the last biennium.
Yeah.
And especially since they don't seem to appear to give more details about how they're actually providing victim services. And I think we had the conversation about what kind of training they had, and to be doing that, I would again probably say not fund this program.
Where did Wallowa direct their $10,000 if they didn't, since they didn't give it to this organization?
They gave that to Safe Harbors.
Okay.
Can you say that again?
Yes, their allocation last biennium went to Safe Harbors.
I'm looking into this now, but some counties, especially the smaller counties, they do alternate every biennia who they allocate their funding to. So there's a possibility that they may have allocated funding to the Center for Wellness in not last biennium, but the biennium prior. So I'm looking into that now.
So are you, as a group, recommending declining funding fully, partial funding with more information, funding contingent? What are you all thinking?
What did you say, Jane?
To me, even if they funded them before and we approved it, the fact that they don't provide enough information, and my vote would be not to fund them.
I agree. I don't think we voted to fund them before for all of these same reasons. I mean, it doesn't outline that they do any victim services. It says it could close the gap on homelessness, which is really great, but also that's not really what the goal of this funding is.
I agree, and I think that it needs to go back to the county and see if they have other victim services in that county. I don't know enough about Wallowa to know what they have there, but
And that is what will happen. So should your recommendation be, and this isn't just for Center for Wellness, this is for anyone, should your recommendation be that to decline funding, that goes to the commission. If the commission takes your recommendation and the CJC staff's recommendation, then we will take that funding back to the county and work with the county to find another provider.
thank you.
Oh, sorry. I want to make sure that we didn't have any other discussion about this one.
Well, I want to clarify that, because that wasn't my understanding from before. It was that you would go back to the county before it went to the commission to see if there was one that could be approved by the committee.
I am getting feedback. I may have misspoke.
I can jump in here. Given the timing of it with the commission meeting on the 29th and us needing to prepare materials for their consideration in advance, we could not, there wouldn't be enough time for us to work with Wallowa County to put together a brand new application for a new entity. However, at least in time for that. So what you could do is you could say, we do not recommend funding for Wallowa Valley Center for Wellness. And then at a future commission meeting, we then work with, in the interim, we work with the Wallowa County to identify a more appropriate provider and then bring it back to them for that. I don't know if that addresses your question though, Jane.
It does. I don't know that I can speak for CACs, but there's lots of folks on this call that probably can. But there is a domestic violence sexual assault program in every county that is available for them to have services, and probably a program that's already been approved by this committee. And so I just think that's important to note. It's not like there's a community out there that doesn't have a service available to them. It may not be who they want to fund, but they do have that available to them.
Yeah,
There is a small problem. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't think we'll have a problem identifying an organization. It's just that we would need materials from them by end of day Monday in order to meet our own deadlines in advance of the commission meeting. And that's unless you all think differently, that's probably too tight of a timeline for an entity to put together a brand new application.
For a service provider, for a victim service provider in a rural community, I think it is, you could turn it around that quickly if they knew about it by the end of today or tomorrow. You're not
It's
asking
also-
for an extensive amount of stuff like a federal grant.
It's also possible that they already wrote it and that they were just turned down
Yes.
by the county.
I was just
was-
going to I was just
sorry,
going to
Gil.
mention there is a really small CAC that's serving Wallowa County and don't have any information on whether they applied for this or not, but just there is one there, and I was just going to clarify that.
I'll just note in their application, Wallowa County is one of the counties that indicates that they alternate every year. So to piggyback off of what Gil said, there absolutely is an organization that we have even funded in the past.
I'm just surprised that they are applying for this program again when we've told them that when we've told them no, I think more than once, but definitely at least once. And I'm wondering if we can be more clear about why we're saying no, so that they're not, wasting their time doing this.
And at the discussion piece, we will need to go through each provider that is something different than fully funded, right? So we'll have to go through our providers that you recommended declining, if you recommend provisional funding for any of them, and even the ones that we've recommended fully funding contingent on. And we'll have to really get into the nitty-gritty during the discussion to make sure we're really clear about why you're making that recommendation. For now, though, can we move forward? So we'll plan on declining funding. And then we're going to take a brief break before the discussion. And during that time, I'm going to clarify exactly what we're going to do, what the turnaround time looks like for all of those things. So we'll have those answers a little bit more fleshed out by the end of it. All right. So Union County has 2 victim services providers. Or excuse me, they have 1. So sorry. They are requesting funding for Mount Emily Safe Center, which we have seen before. They are requesting $31,110. And this would go towards an existing forensic examiner and office supplies. And then Mount Emily Safe Center is also receiving funding requesting funding from Morrow County.
Full funding.
Yes.
Nice.
Both fun.
Agreed.
Excellent. So Wasco County has 2 victim services providers that are seeking funds: the Youth Empowerment Shelter, also known as YES, and Give Them Wings Incorporated. So the first one is YES, the Youth Empowerment Shelter. They provide youth in the Columbia River Gorge a place of physical and emotional safety while assisting them to build positive relationships and develop their individual potentials. They're requesting $26,467.92. And this would be to fund their existing shelter parent position and also to go towards administrative costs. Their client population is mostly representative of their community. However, they do have a higher than average representation of those who identify as LGBTQ+. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I struggled with this one just a little bit. Only it was about verbiage. I saw the absolute need for youth shelter, and they work with the vulnerable populations. Let me, if you were lucky. I just didn't see the DVSA language as strong in here, and so I just want to revisit that. I might have missed it.
I would like to note that Carrie sent some very similar feedback as well. She said she would have liked more information around what kind of training and experience they have around safely, skillfully, and compassionately helping a survivor hold their experience of trauma and victimization. So with those questions or those concerns, what would you like to do?
Do we know if we've funded them before?
Avery can look that up.
It doesn't sound familiar, but
Mm,
I mean, are they a victim services organization? It just seems like they're a youth shelter, and it's possible that the youth might be victims.
they're not funded through CVSSD. Did they check the box for DHS?
Mhm.
I closed that window a while back. I don't have it open. I'm sorry.
They did check the box that they received DOJ funding.
mhm.
Says DHS or DOJ funding. So it could be one, maybe it's DHS funding.
I've never heard of them before.
And they
Can I
are
ask just
new
a,
this biennium. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, it's okay. Sorry, can I ask just sort of like a background and history question here? So this seems like, and I've worked in a youth shelter years ago, so I can sort of just anecdotally recall that probably the majority of the kids that were in the shelter I worked in were victims of crime on some level. So there was definitely a tie. However, that is definitely also a difference from a DV or SA or CAC model program. So just in terms of what this funding stream is really intended to support, are they in the ballpark of what we would consider? Or is that sort of, you know, have we ever funded something like this before here, or is it really strictly targeting within a certain framework?
Shannon, do you want to speak to that?
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking it up. I'm just not familiar with this at all. I don't see a reference specifically to domestic and sexual violence, harassment or stalking, trafficking or abuse. Which, I mean, it's a youth shelter, so obviously if someone's there, they are fleeing something, but I'm just not finding anything on their website that speaks specifically. I'm looking at their programs right now. It's youth 10 to 17. They have case management, housing assistance, outreach workers, AA, NA groups, mediation. There's just not a lot here to kind of go on. And I'm not familiar with it, which isn't to say it's, not a good program, but I just don't have any information. And I don't think we have typically, we've funded things that aren't really, connected to DVSA trafficking.
So to answer your question, Gil, originally this funding, this victim service funding, was specifically to fund domestic violence, sexual assault, victim advocacy programs, community-based programs, because there's lots of discussion about victim assistance programs, right, through the system. And so part of this committee's charge was to understand that there are a lot of programs that see victims coming in, but we were to look at what kind of training they had, how they're connected with the DVSA community to be able to have those specific training and expertise on being able to serve domestic violence and sexual assault victims specifically. The original language was that had to be a part of their mission. And I don't know if that has dropped off by the CJC, but that was originally, it had to be clear that their mission was victim services, not just general services in the community. Because as you pointed out, a lot of programs are going to serve victims of violence, but are they serving them from the perspective of having that expertise and training to be able to do that? That is my understanding.
I would say that I think it's certainly conceivable that a shelter program could serve victims of crime from a fully trauma informed perspective. I mean, just whether this particular one is, I don't know, but I mean, to me, it's in the realm of possibility. Was just kind of wondering, like, has this committee been inclusive of that sort of model or not. It sounds like maybe we haven't really, but I don't know if that's a defined position or we just haven't done it in the past. So just trying to understand sort of the thinking.
I think we have, but they have to be clear about
Mhm.
what training they have, what expertise they have in that. You can't just generally say we serve victims,
Right.
because anybody can say that pretty much, because given the rate of victimization, and especially for vulnerable communities. So if you don't have a pretty clear criteria, we're going to have every alcohol and drug program, every homeless program. It's just where do we go with this? And my understanding was that's part of the charge of this committee, is to be clear about where this funding is supposed to go and who's providing victim services in the community.
And to speak to a couple of questions that have come up, first and foremost, this was not funded in the last biennium. This Wasco previously funded Haven last biennium, which is the domestic violence and sexual assault support service. And then also I think to sort of, I don't know, maybe muddy the waters more, in the solicitation, it says victim services. So I think that could be where some of this gray area is coming out in the solicitation.
I mean, it is interesting to me that when we're comparing it to DVSA, because we know that CCs are included now, CASAs are included, and I would say that those things it's more broad, right? But we have a pretty clear, I couldn't recite it for you, but we have a pretty clear definition of like what victim services is, what a victim advocate is, what they do, what training that they need to have. And so I think all of that is really relevant. When I think about the Justice Reinvestment Program, I think I'm looking at the next one on this county, the WINGS. I think similarly that it's probably not an appropriate use of this funding as we've described it for victim services. That said, when you're looking at it, when I think about the use of JRI funding, when you're talking about working with moms experiencing substance abuse and reducing prison populations, it honestly feels very appropriate, but I don't think it's historically how we have looked at it. The first one though, this one, the Youth Empowerment Shelter, I don't think fits. Like how are we reducing prison population with it? It's probably very similar to the last one we just said no to, because they're trying to reduce homelessness. It's a little bit different. The WINGS one, I could see if they had victim services specific training on how it would help, reduce the prison population and be effective at doing that. But then maybe that wouldn't be a victim services piece. Maybe that would be funded through the regular JRI process, right? There are other organizations that are nonprofits that are funded that way as well. That was really long-winded.
No, that makes sense. This is Shannon again. So Gil, I think that I do think that we would, because we have expanded to, CASAs, and when we first started, we had conversations about the CACs, which I'm sure now you can't even imagine that was a thing, but back in the day. But like this one, I would say for me at least, like this sounds like a really good program. I read they have an excerpt from one of their survivor stories. That particular story is a chaotic family situation, and it was a homelessness issue. Granted, there's lots of co-occurring issues. I think what I'd want to see from this, though, is the organization's recognition that some of the youth they serve have specific needs associated with domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, and recognizing that they're going to use this money to pay for a counselor or hire somebody that can have run groups and specifically focus on that, because they do, I think they have pretty broad umbrella. And I think that with this funding, we'd want to see them using this to specifically serve more deeply a portion of their population that probably isn't getting services now. But I just
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
So when I hear that, like, and again, I am just here to moderate, but I hear that as maybe suggesting some provisional funding, or would you like to decline funding, fully fund? What would you like to do? Or recommend?
It's, it seems to me that it's like not clear, and I think Shannon said this at the end, is it's not clear if they actually are providing specific victim services, right? And so if they're not doing that, then we shouldn't be funding them at all. But if they are doing that and just didn't lay it out, because they don't talk about victim services at all in their application, right? So if they are doing it and they just didn't lay it out, then that's different. So but it's just not clear. So if they're not doing it at all, then we shouldn't fund them. So I don't know what the answer is to go back to them with, because if they are doing it and just forgot to mention it, that seems also odd.
There is that fully fund with contingencies option as well. If you think that would be a good fit, that is also something that could be done.
I don't think I'm there yet. Again, I mean, it sounds like a really necessary program, but I really worry about, this sounds very much, because it says existing shelter parent position and admin costs. It sounds very much like a situation where they're looking at intersectionality. They're like, everybody we serve is a victim of, and so we need to be a place that's safe for them. And absolutely, yes. But the funding is meant to then provide those specific services, those specific interventions, I think, in healing for the individuals that have specifically experienced things, not just this is a safe place to go, all are welcome. And I think that's what this is. Again, not denigrating the fact that that's really important, but
yeah. I hope we wouldn't get to the point where we're gonna second guess every application and say, can we go back to you and say if you really meant to say what you said? I mean, it was a victim services application, and if they don't talk about victim services, I don't know why we would give them a chance to then clarify. I'm a no.
I'm a no, and I had a no from the very start, even with all the conversation. I still feel that it, on one hand, it's a very valuable service, but it isn't fit our criteria as we've said it.
Okay. So fully declining this application.
No as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
So this-
and
Oh,
I
go ahead.
agree. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say that I agree with the fact that we don't have to second guess applications. It is expected that before applications are submitted, the relevant staff members must have reviewed the applications to make sure that they ticked all the boxes, and that everything falls in line with what is required. So I think it's okay to try and restrict ourselves to the applications because we might end up being wrong, as we try to second guess.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to the next. Oh, go ahead. Did I cut someone off? All right, we'll move on then to our second provider in Wasco County, which is Give Them Wings Incorporated. This one is a peer-based women's recovery housing program that serves female victims of crime for Wasco, Hood River, and Sherman counties. So they are requesting $11,343.87. That would partially fund their existing case manager and program staff, and would also provide workbooks and related materials. They spoke in their application to providing in-house support groups and therapy and coordinating services with and referrals to other local agencies and resources. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I had the same problem with this one as well, because it said recovery house primarily. And even though I went back and through and read it again twice and just now, it didn't say that they're doing specific work with victims of, and of course, again, a shelter recovery program, they're gonna have the dual, you can't have one issue without having the other issue. It interconnects, but they're primarily recovery. At least that's what I took from the application. That's all.
I agree. I love the way Sarah put it about it. It might fit really well with them supporting it through their other funding. I think that's really true. And again, an important program, but not what this funding was designed to support.
And so what would your recommendation be?
Just to play devil's advocate, they do say that they serve victims of abuse and trauma.
But not providing victim services. Like they're providing their services and then 80% of the people that they're serving have experienced abuse in their life. But that's really similar to the youth serving organization that we just said no to.
And then I go back to what we keep saying, what kind of training do they have specific in DV and SA to be able to effectively talk about the dual nature of addiction and abuse? Because it's not clear.
I think,
Yeah, sorry.
I know I'm repeating myself, but almost every program of any kind out there can say they serve victims of violence, just given the prevalence.
Yes.
So we've got to be clear about what we mean by victim services.
Exactly, because the first time I learned about this grant, my initial understanding was just victim services in general. So now I'm hearing that there were some specific definitions and explanations as to what type of crimes and victimization. So I think going forward, we can still keep refining and making sure that we are more clear in explaining things to for the applicants or candidates. Then I also wanted to recommend, just on a very softer note, that some of these organizations that we might think may not meet those requirements, we can keep them aside, not to totally dismiss or decline. Maybe after the JRP or CJC, yeah, and reviews all the ones that we have approved, and there may be some little funding left, then these particular ones that I think may have technical errors in their applications can still be reviewed. And if there is any fund left, such funds could be disbursed among them.
I love that enthusiasm, Justice, but unfortunately the way that it works is because this 10% of JRP grant funding is set aside specifically for service providers, it does have to go to a provider. There won't kind of be that pool of money, unfortunately, that we could kind of side give, unfortunately. So we would have to, and by we, I sort of mean the collective we, the commission does make the final decision, but they'll have to find other community-based organizations that provide these victim services, and they will receive the funding. So unless you decide to do the partial funding, it is either a fully funded, contingent on some stuff, partial funding, or no funding, unfortunately.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, of course.
This is a no funding for me, but I wish it was funded through the regular JRI funds. I've seen similar types of programs like these funded through regular JRI funds. Not right now, where people don't have enough funds to fund their whole JRI program as it is, but it seems like a good use of funds, but not these funds.
I agree with that. I'm a no.
Moving on then to Washington County's Victim Services. They had 3 providers who were seeking grant funds: Domestic Violence Resource Center Incorporated, CARES Northwest, and then the Family Justice Center of Washington County. So the first is the Domestic Violence Resource Center Incorporated. They provide free and confidential support to adult and child survivors of domestic violence, including emergency, transitional, and permanent housing, counseling, and advocacy. They are requesting $230,000, and this would partially fund their existing community advocate and allow for flexible funds for survivor safety, things like moving costs, rent, lock changes, U-Haul rentals, etc. They work closely with domestic violence response teams and are an active member of the Washington County Domestic Violence Interagency Council and several other related networks and coalitions. They are going to soon begin a partnership with DHS to offer mobile services to remote areas of the county. And they did mark that they were a culturally specific organization that provided culturally responsive services. And that was due to, they have a comprehensive South Asian Women's Empowerment and Resource Alliance component and a Latinx component. So I think they were basing that culturally specific on those 2 programs that they have within their organization.
I'll say fund them.
All right, full funding.
Yes.
The second victim services provider is CARES Northwest. They provide trauma therapy for Spanish-speaking children and families. They're a response to a service gap that was identified by the Washington County Multidisciplinary Team. They're requesting $109,999.99, and this would partially fund their existing mental health provider position. This provider offers direct services, including medical evaluations, forensic interviews, therapy and crisis counseling, and coordination of services. They are committed to equity at every stage of delivery. They employ bilingual and bicultural staff and are a national expert in interviewing children with disabilities. They are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Fund them.
Full funding. Provider number 3 is the Family Justice Center of Washington County. This center includes 15 on-site partner agencies that provide victims of abuse with a full continuum of services in one location. So they are requesting $71,834 to partially fund their existing client services director, and then also to start to hire a new youth and family support coordinator, and then also to cover printing costs. They have bilingual staff on site, and their partner agencies offers targeted services for South Asian, Latinx, and LGBTQ+ communities. They have partnered with Ride Connection, who classifies domestic violence and sexual assault survivors as a priority population and therefore offers free door-to-door service. So it's really increased the ability of survivors to get to and from the center. And they are not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I say fund them as well.
Right.
Fully fund.
Perfect. Wheeler County had one provider, that is Safe Space Children's Advocacy Center of the Gorge. They are a frontline responder to reports of childhood sexual and physical abuse, and to those witnessing violence and other serious maltreatment of children who are aged 0 to 18 in the Columbia River Gorge. They are requesting $18,480, and this would partially fund a new child and family advocate position, as well as travel to the Oregon State Victims Assistance Academy training. They have 2 advocates that provide referrals to community agencies. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
I'll say fund them.
And that's fully funded?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, folks, big deal. I think this is our last county. We have two providers seeking grant funds in Yamhill County, Juliet's House Child Intervention Center and the Henderson House. The first up is Juliet's House Child Intervention Center. They are Yamhill County's only CAC and primary point for child abuse assessment, intervention, treatment, support, and prevention education. They're requesting $51,024.04, and that would fund existing certified interpreters, provide partial funding for a designated medical professional and a Hispanic outreach coordinator. It would also go towards funding background checks, HIPAA compliant cloud storage, and staff cell phones. They offer age-appropriate abuse prevention workshops at every grade level and across the community for adults. They partner with several local organizations to make services culturally informed and responsive. They are not a culturally specific organization. They are another one who checked no for providing culturally responsive services. And again, just based on the services they provided, we don't know if that was an accident or what, because some of the services they provided, I think, would meet that definition of culturally responsive.
I'd say fund them.
Yeah.
Fully fund. All right, and then the final provider to is Henderson House. They provide culturally aware outreach, education, and services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. They're requesting $51,023.04. This would fund a new bilingual DA co-located advocate to provide court support and community-based advocacy to the Latino community. They have two facilities, a public advocacy center and a confidential emergency shelter. This new advocate will allow for better collaborations with partner agencies to support the limited English speakers and Spanish speakers. They're also launching a belonging initiative soon, and that's going to build stronger relationships with the BIPOC, LGBTQ+, and disability communities. They're not a culturally specific organization, but do provide culturally responsive services.
Fully funded.
All right. Now that is all of them. That's all our applicants. Great job. Thanks for sticking with me. We are going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break. That'll give us time to get together the agencies that we need to have further discussion about, and also give you guys time to not listen to me talk, which would probably also be nice. So it's 11:40, so we'll go ahead and plan on being right back here at noon, and I will see you all then.
Minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. تكسر بين جيتش علينا بس زي كده يقوم رايح بس
I'm here. I'm staying off camera for a second because I'm eating a sandwich.
Same.
That is totally fine. We encourage taking care of yourself. All right. Well, thank you all for your patience. We had a screen go completely black. It was quite an adventure. But we're back in action. Everything seems to be working. We are still recording. And so now is the time that we need to go through the discussion about the various applicants and what the recommendations you want to send on to the commission. So we've broken this up. Oops. I don't know why it's not switching. There we go. All right, so we just want to do a reminder about, as we're looking especially at these applicants that you are recommending declining funding for, we really are going to need to review those again. And we're going to, what we're going to ask you for, what we'll need from you is A, the reason, your recommendation, and then B, the reason why you're making that recommendation, and then C, what you would like to see in the alternative provider. And so we're going to, again, constantly come back to these recommendations around, do these funds positively impact victim services? Are they demonstrating a community need for services? Are they offering services that allow their participants to overcome barriers? Are they increasing capacity in areas where resources are limited? Are they demonstrating trauma-informed services? And are they collecting demographic data?
Can I ask a quick?
Absolutely, of course, please ask away. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Shannon.
I can't believe I did that after 45 months of virtual. I was looking at your grant application online and I found the 21-23 one, and I don't know if that's similar or the same to the one that was used for 23-25.
It was similar, but not exactly the same.
Because one of my questions on it is, I was looking at this slide that you've kind of referred back to several times, and it's a little looser than what we've looked at before. And so I was looking at at least the program, the grant application I was familiar with, which was each narrative must include a documented history of effectively providing direct services to victims of crime. The mission is primarily focused on providing direct services to victims of crime. The capacity and specific training to effectively deliver direct services to victims of crime. Those were required. It's like section 8.8 in the victim services narrative of your 21-23. Were those requirements changed for the 23-25? Is that one of the reasons we might be seeing some of these other programs that have a much broader interpretation of serving victims?
That is an excellent question. So for the record, a lot of what you're seeing from the previous biennium, you said 21-23, right?
I think that's the one I found on the website, yeah.
Right. That is potentially, a lot of those came sort of out of a focus group that for a new application. So that was like sort of en route to creating the new application is my understanding. And I do apologize because I don't, like, being so new, I just don't have the history, the agency history, and frankly, don't know the answer to the question that you're asking. So I'm going to kind of lean towards some of my colleagues to see if they can answer you.
I might be able to answer it myself. I found the 23-25. I was just looking, I looked at the wrong title.
Oh, that's okay.
I can jump in and provide a little bit of context here. So the solicitation that I think you're looking at now, Shannon, the 23-25, contains a lot of different sections, right?
Yeah.
Including the victim services applications word for word. And so I don't recall off the top of my head, though I'm looking at it now, if we removed the language that you cited from the 21-23, though that is the questions that you see in the application are a reflection of that focus group that we did earlier in the year, which I know many of you were participants of. And so, yeah. Oh, so on, I guess, page 21, I think the bottom of page 21 in that, you have the checkbox, like, are you a organization, a community-based nonprofit that serves victims of crime? Like, a lot of it is self-reported, I guess, as opposed to the previous mechanism, which
Okay.
is where it was embedded differently, I guess.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Shannon?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect.
So it did change.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was the focus group? Was it when I was out with my injury?
Yes, it was when you were out. I can't remember. I think it was in April. I can't remember exactly when.
Okay. Well, if a group of the folks involved in this decided to change it, then
I don't think it was, it didn't, I was there. It wasn't like a line by line, like we talked about, I think, general concepts, if I remember correctly. And there was definitely conversation about culture specific and things like that. I mean, I think this is just what came out of it. There wasn't at least for my knowledge, there wasn't a send it out. What do you think of this? And I'm not saying that there should have been necessarily, but I do think that that's presenting us with a bit, at least for me, it's presenting this. It's making this, I think, a little more complicated because it seems like things have been really relaxed, actually. And while the focus on culture specific is important, I don't ever, and it doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter for the purpose of this one, but the culture specific, culture responsive pieces and giving something priority in that, it can coexist with, and it's a victim service with a primary mission being victim services, and it's demonstrated history of doing it, and I think it sounds like maybe we stripped that out. So as I'm reading through these, I was wondering, because when we kept coming back to the slide, I was like, I don't see the standard on the slide really being the standard that I think we've historically applied to this. And I think that's why you've got folks, I still think we're okay, honestly, at least for our evaluations, because folks that say we serve victims of crime, that doesn't mean that they've explained how they are improving or making this better. And I can't, let's see, increasing the capacity or demonstrating trauma-informed services, which is on your list, but it's definitely made this a lot squishier as far as, that's why I think we have wings and things like that, because they're like, yes, we serve people that are victims of crime. Yes, we don't have other resources for this. Now we can help these people not be homeless. And that really, I didn't think was the intention of the funding, for it to be that loose to begin with, honestly.
And that's really good feedback for us to take into the next biennium and thinking about ways that we can clarify that. If that's what, is what we want, then yes, by all means, we need to clarify that better.
Is anyone on the call who was there? And I'm hoping the answer wasn't I was there, because I might have been there. I'm not sure. I was just looking at my calendar. This doesn't sound familiar to me, but I just am wondering, like, if the intention was to take some of that language out to make it a little more vague or inclusive of other organizations, or if that was just an accidental thing. We didn't realize that the impact would be that.
I'm pretty sure I was there, and that was not part of the conversation to dilute it. But right. I mean, that's honestly what happens if information is taken in and then it's not, the worked up draft product isn't then brought out to the same folks to talk about, do we capture what what the intention is. So, and I think that's a step that I think probably got missed in this, because I mean, yeah, it's definitely looser. I don't know if I would really like to hear from CJC administration if you think that any of our analyses don't fit actually within the framework, the flow chart that you've talked about, and have concerns with it. Because again, like the whole time we've been going through this, I've been going through this with how we did it before and the language of the last one. I don't know, this is less prescriptive. I guess I guess the flip side of less prescriptive means there's also more discretion. But and I know, Eilina, this is a difficult position for you because you don't have the historical knowledge. So I'm sorry, I'm not looking to you to, like, you know, solve this. But, you know, Ian, others on the call that are really familiar with this, do you have thoughts on our evaluation process, what we've said, where we're going with our decision making?
So I think the discussion so far reflects like you're within rights to hold the positions that you have. I think that they're adequately anchored in both the solicitation as well as the application questions. The key decision faced before you is, you know, what qualifies as a community-based nonprofit organization that primarily serves victims of crime. And a lot of the discussion has been around that central question. And you have determined, I think, with specifics in most of these cases, I think we'll want to fine tune and make sure we adequately note down all of those things. But you have, I think, as far as I'm concerned, demonstrated a willingness to articulate all of those things so that we can accurately reflect that information to the commission. I don't think, even with the changes to the solicitation and application, I don't think anything has substantively changed with regard to that key question, which is baked in both legislation and rule.
I just add something. I was in that focus group, and I was just thinking about, we added the question about if somebody receives, and again, my memory of yesterday is hazy, so with a grain of salt. I feel like we added in that question about whether or not people are getting DHS or DOJ or VOCA funding, so that people who don't have to like then talk about how all of the ways that they provide victim services, because they already have to do those things in order to get that kind of funding. But I don't know, it seems like for people who might have said no, was there some way that they then had to describe how they're providing those services? Because I think that's what's missing. I think maybe we wanted that to be part of it, is like we were trying to like make it easier for programs that are constantly like, oh yeah, we go to this training, we have to do this, and we're VOCA, we're VOCA compliant, blah blah blah, because we, you know, do that all the time. And then there's the agencies that don't really have to do that, but we do still need to know that information. So I think maybe we missed the like, if no, then blah.
And there was not that, it was very much a checkbox, do you receive this funding or no? And the rest of the questions were the same regardless.
Yeah, so it should have been like the OSNIUM question of like, if you don't use OSNIUM, how are you collecting data? So it's like, if you're not funded by CVSSD, how are you training your people to be victim service?
I do think you opened a box though by saying ODHS training or funding, because there are programs that get funding from ODHS that have nothing to do with victim services. And so like they do alcohol and drug, they do mental health. And so I don't think you want to include that in a checkbox for saying they do victim services.
Does DHS provide any victim services funding?
They do. But it's very clear and specific funding. And so when I heard that, now I understand better how come, you know, what happened in that meeting. But for the program, there was one program in particular, it said, yes, we receive ODHS or DOJ funding, and they probably get mental health funding or alcohol and drug funding from ODHS. So that is going to be one you either have to clarify what kind of funding or not have them in the list. But this is really helpful. And Ian, I really appreciated like laying out that I do hope that we come back for the next go around and make it clearer. Like these are good things, but I agree with Shannon about we need to not lose those other pieces, because programs need to be able to say, like a lot of these programs sounded like really good programs, but they need to be able to say clearly how they provide specific and primary victim services.
Yeah, at the end of the focus group this spring, we flagged that we wanted to take a look at the rules governing this particular portion of funding, and we didn't have time this year. However, we are now looking at 2 years until the next funding cycle, and so if we have staff capacity, I know that was something that the focus group expressed interest in changing. What are those criteria, adding more specificity to specifically address the issue that you're raising, Jane. Because if you recall, we've kind of had to use the solicitation and some soft power to be able to make changes to date. So I know a couple biennia ago, there was discussion about the fact that in many counties, there has not been a competitive process since 2013, and that it was always just the same amount of things. And so we started asking nudging questions and had, conversations with certain counties, but until there's a change in rule or law, we're somewhat limited in what we can and can't do.
It's funny, in that focus group, I said it's never a competitive process and everybody just turns in their thing and everyone's divided up. But then this year, the PSCC changed it drastically from the way it's done before, and I had nothing to do with that, even though I'm on the PSCC, and it became a competitive process.
That might have been because we've been asking a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do also, and I don't know if you have any control over this, but I also wonder, and there's nothing like behind this at all, really, but just in the counties, I mean, obviously counties should decide who they're funding. But if they're, and I think this has to do with the culturally specific piece also of how much, if it is a competitive process and all the people that apply, are they, I don't know, oversight of are they funding the right people? And I'm not, again, this is not coming necessarily from anywhere in particular, other than knowing that some counties are less focused on providing culturally specific services. But I don't know if that made any sense.
No, it makes sense. And for good or bad, the 10% portion of justice reinvestment is tied to the other 87 and 3% of justice reinvestment. And it has the same decision matrix where it's the local public safety coordinating council of each county determining how to allocate funding.
I just want to also say what you said. That's how I remember the question, because I chimed in on that. When we were looking at that question on victim, how we were doing victim services, we looked at how to decrease the amount of writing for victim service providers by saying, if you receive this funding, you must already be doing victim services. What we didn't cover, which is why you always have a task force or a committee that brings in those different variables, is what Jane brought up, ODS or different funding sources cover other things. So the clarity part, that was that part. It was never with the intent that we were watering down the importance of this money belongs to victim service programs, which it was developed for when its originality. So I think it's one of those things that happens with when we're missing someone's voice at the table, it really impacts sometimes our outcome. So.
Absolutely. So all good discussions. I just want to make sure before so we're going to move through and discuss each group. So the first one that we'll discuss is those that we recommended full funding. This feels like the easiest one to go through. And we are going to go through and just acknowledge full funding. And I apologize, I'm getting a second. Okay, excellent. So sorry about that. So real quick, before we start going through all this, would you like to reassess your recommendations? So based on this conversation, we know that there's slightly different specifications than there were in a previous biennium. Do you still feel comfortable with your recommendations, or do we need to rediscuss them or reassess them?
I just wanted to make a mention here, and this is, I'm assuming it's captured somewhere else, but on this slide under Deschutes, Kid Center was full funded, I think, and recommended, but it was the other one.
Oh,
That was
yes.
left off.
Yeah, there should be 4. We're sorry.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to talk about Kid Center, but hey,
No, you can point
clear
that out for
areas.
sure.
Yeah.
It was just in our backyard that we.
Right.
Yeah, it just got skipped. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries. No.
Someone, Avery's fixing it right now. It'll reflect it properly in the record. So do you feel like you need to reassess any of your recommendations on those that you've recommended full funding? Do we need to reassess any of those based on this conversation?
I don't think so.
I
get that, you know, the language has changed, but at the same time, it's still fair. I think it's still fairly clear that it's victim services language, and folks still had the responsibility to explain how it would positively impact crime victims. And so I don't really feel like it's as loose as people were taking, but maybe I'm just reading it wrong.
I agree.
Okay. Excellent. All right. And then let's discuss these two that they're recommending full funding pending clarification on their budget. So this was both were in Douglas County. It was Douglas Cares and Peace at Home. So what this was, I feel like there was some confusion around this. So for this, what'll happen is we being the CJC will reach out to them, ask them for some clarification on their budget. Assuming that they send that clarification, then we will send them on to the commission with the rest of the applications recommending full funding. That sounds good to everyone? That's the plan. Okay, easy enough. So then the next ones are where it gets a little bit tough. So these are going to be the ones that we have at this point, you all have recommended no funding. And I wanted to provide some clarification around what it looks like, because there was some question around like when they go to the commission and how all of that works, etc. So after we discuss this, if we don't reassess anything, you recommend no funding for these 4 agencies, then those applications, those recommendations, get sent to the commission as is. And then after the commission meeting, they get the final decision. If they decide to take your recommendation and staff's recommendation, then these get sent back to the counties with those recommendations. And so one thing that is going to be very important is that, again, we need those 3 things. We need your recommendation. We need why you're making that recommendation. And then the county will go through a process to get new applicants. And we need to tell them what you need for these new applicants, right? So whether it's clarification around they need to serve victims of crime, whatever it is, we need to be very clear so that the counties know, and when they go through that process of getting alternative applicants. I hope that made sense. Okay, I'm seeing some vague nods. That's a good sign. So with all that, and with our previous conversation around some changing rules, changing clarification, do we want to reassess anything around our backyard in Deschutes County? Do you still feel like your recommendation is no funding?
I still feel the same.
Okay, and then for our note-taking purposes, if you can say why you think the Deschutes or In Our Backyard, if you can give the reasons why.
I think succinctly because they don't provide direct victim services
Okay.
to victims of crime. And I think that because they didn't describe any direct victim services that they're providing in their application, they only described prevention activities. And then I looked at their website, which clearly states that they do not provide direct victim services.
Okay.
This is Wanda, and I had the same two things as Sarah just said.
Okay. And then going forward, so if the commission takes your recommendation, it goes back to, this gets sent back to the county looking for an alternative. What are you wanting to see?
Well, I think that's where we should not get too prescriptive. We want to see them fund a nonprofit organization whose mission is to serve victims of crime, and either somebody we know, the CJC and we know, or if we don't, or it's a new program, they articulate the background, the training, what is going to lead up to this, which I also think is important for In Our Backyard. I thought I had read one of these that maybe they were going to add some component to counseling or something, but even if that's the answer, even if they go back and they say, well, no, this funding is going to provide this new thing, we need to know who's going to be who's going to provide that counseling or that new program, who's going to be training them, because their organization doesn't have a history of direct services.
That makes sense. So just to be succinct for our note taking, we want a nonprofit organization that serves victims of crime and who are very clear about what those services are and how they will specifically support victims of crime. Is that right?
What those direct services are.
What the direct services are. Perfect. Okay.
I think the language of being their primary purpose is to serve victims of crime can be very important. And that doesn't mean that you can have an organization like In Our Backyard whose primary purpose is to do prevention, but they also have an intervention piece. Then if this is only to fund that program, then that would make sense to me. But I think the primary purpose part could be helpful in clarifying. I keep looking up what the definition of victim services provider is in Oregon, because it's we can say provide victim services, and clearly that's not clear enough for folks. So how could we clarify more? But honestly, when I find these definitions, I actually don't find them very helpful. So I just don't know what we do with a group to further clarify it for folks.
I know when we talked a little while ago, there was some mention of demonstrating some evidence that the staff that are going to be providing these services have demonstrated expertise and training to be doing so. So I don't know if that's sort of a direction that we could point. So for example, this kind of organization that doesn't have a history, if they were to stand up and say, well, wait a minute, we have this thing that we want to do or that we're trying to launch, I think that would be some more targeted feedback to say to them, well, we can't really go there with you unless you can demonstrate some in-house expertise. I mean, just food for thought.
And I think that this is all really important, and I hope that we get the opportunity to reconvene and get some feedback from you all, to get some feedback from the applicants, because clearly there are so we need to do some fleshing out of this process. And so I really hope that we do that for the future. But going forward for today, so we've decided, you all have made your recommendation for In Our Backyard. How are we feeling about Wallowa Valley Center for Wellness? Do you feel like you need to reassess your decision? Okay, so same question. What is your reason for not funding them?
I think their application didn't demonstrate clearly that they were providing services to victims of crime.
Correct. Didn't fit the criteria is what I put down.
Okay. And I'm looking at the rest of the panel, that definition sounds, that reason is enough. And then again, so, and I recognize how redundant this is, but we do have to do it for each one. So for this, what would you like to see? So for Wallowa County, when they're going and they're looking for a different provider, what would you like to see from that provider?
If I don't know the extent we can reach back, but I mean, I want to see exactly what was laid out in 2123 in section 8.8.2, which is a documented history of effectively providing direct services to victim, a mission that is primarily focused on providing direct service to victims, and capacity and specific training to effectively deliver direct services.
Beautiful.
Agreed. And then maybe if they need further suggestions, then mentioning that they have a DVSA organization and a CAC serving their county. At minimum, they probably have other things, but they at least have that.
Excellent. And then let's continue on to Wasco County for their youth empowerment shelter. Do you want to reassess your decision to not fund them based on that discussion that we previously had? Nope. Okay, so we're sticking with no funding. And again, if you can just outline why you are declining or recommending declining funding.
Recite it for the third time, folks. A documented history of effectively providing direct services to victims of crime, a mission that is primarily focused on providing direct services to victims of crime, and the capacity and specific training to effectively deliver direct services to victims of crime.
And that's what you want in a provider going forward, and you felt like they were not providing that. Is that correct? Perfect. Okay. And then again, for the last time, for Give Them Wings Incorporated, also in Wasco County, do you want to reassess your decision to not fund, to recommend no funding? Okay, didn't want to reassess. And then what is your reasoning for recommending not funding?
We just say the same that we just said to previous.
I think specifically if you want to, I mean, we know the outline in there, we could do a nice copy paste, but I think any details or any concerns around, like, I think that the conversation we had earlier around, like, they would have been a great fit for the JRI grant, right? Instead, or any more specific information that you could give them should they come back and watch this and want to know what to do to apply next time if they feel like they can.
Well, what I wrote on my notes as we were doing it was that they had good their programs were a very needed program in their community. And they were doing appeared as good work, but they were focused on homelessness, recovery, runaway. That was their primary focus. And as Jane brought in several times very eloquently, she said that we can, all these issues, you'll find domestic sexual violence, trafficking, you're going to find that because of the inheritance of that this issue touches every family. So it wasn't that was their primary focus. Their primary focus was homelessness, recovery. So that's where in that sentence, if you can find a good way to say it.
That is perfect. That's very helpful.
And I'd like to add something to that Sarah, I think, pointed out, which was, I think we would have conversation, but I don't think this body would have issue with funding a program within an organization that doesn't necessarily primarily serve victims, as long as they articulated the need and could articulate then their training, their background, et cetera, to deliver that service. So if Wings, in recognizing the co-occurring issues their folks face, wanted to provide additional, deeper, intensive services for survivors of domestic violence and go down that path, we would still want to know, how are they trained and, how are they doing that? But if they did, it's not like, I don't think this body would say, oh, no, it's not in your mission statement, but it has to be intentional. It has to be thoughtful and methodical and with a proper background. You can't just say everybody's a victim and then we move forward with our mission statement and what have you.
Very well put.
Did you want to add something, Sarah? I saw you unmuted.
I'm trying to remember what it was. So I forgot. I'll tell you if I remember. Oh, yes, I do remember. Okay, so I think still am pretty sure I wasn't at this meeting in April. But I'm pretty sure that the conversations about like Shannon just said, the conversations about kind of broadening your primary purpose piece, and then also the part about the demonstrated history was to make room for emerging culturally specific organizations. And I think that that is important, and that's probably why that was like loosened up, because some organizations that might primarily, serve Native populations, for example, might be adding victim assistance type programs within that. And I think that's really great. But I just think we need to help applicants and counties understand that by broadening that, we weren't like anyone who serves someone who's been victimized. We just still need to be a little more specific about what we want. And when we look at both of these, Give Them Wings and the Youth Empowerment Shelter, both of them are arguing, and this is true, I believe them, they're arguing that, 80% of women have experienced some abuse that they're serving. And the other one is runaway and homeless youth. And we know that that is probably the case too, but they're identifying themselves as serving like victims of crime. And they're right, but they're not serving the victims of crime that this funding is supposed to fund. So how do we clarify that for them?
Yeah, I think you very succinctly captured the overarching question right there. All right. Well, with those recommendations, then, unless anyone feels like we need more discussion, we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. And I just want to remind anyone out there in the digital world who is listening and who would like to make a comment, we do not use this space for answering questions. This is just a space for comment that you would like to be on the record. All right, I think we're safe to move on to our vote. So I will be honest, because you guys have been such a really welcoming and grateful group. This is the part that I am most nervous about, is figuring out how to say this appropriately. So please bear with me, because we are going to need someone, one of you on the panel would like to make a motion to fund those groups that were fully funded. So you want to make a recommendation that we move to fully fund. I'm thinking about how to say this properly. I apologize. My marine biology background did not prepare me for parliamentary procedure. So we need a motion to recommend full counties for this full funding for the applicants from the counties on these slides, and specifically with Deschutes, it'll be those 4 counties. So now that I'm processing this out loud, I'm wondering if it would be easier to do the other counties first, make a motion to not approve the other counties, or to
I don't mind doing this, but do you need each one listed separately?
To my understanding, no. That was
Okay.
why we could do it this way.
Okay, so I move that we recommend full funding for the programs listed on the screen at this moment. Will that work for you?
That sounds great to me, but I'm going to give my coworkers a minute to correct me if that is not correct.
Jane, could you maybe just clarify that it's all entities that were part of these counties were called out?
Yes. I move full funding for all of the county programs listed on here on this slide at this moment. Does that work? Okay.
Second, do you need a second?
We do. Good work. All right, great job. So the next motion is that we'll need to recommend full funding for Douglas Cares and
You
Peace
need a
at
call vote.
Oh, sorry. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, let's do the roll call vote. Jane, can we start with you?
Yes.
Wanda? Wanda, do you have a yes or a no vote?
I'm so sorry. I said yes and I didn't have it on.
That's okay. And I should have said this earlier. You don't have to, but this is where you could note a potential conflict of interest if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Sarah?
Yes, noting my own conflict.
And I need to change mine to note the conflict for Marion County. Pardon me for forgetting that.
Oh, that's okay. We're all learning together over here. All right, Shannon?
Yes.
Gil?
Yes, noting a conflict in Deschutes and Crook counties.
Terry? I think that was a yes, but you were muted. It was still muted. I'm so sorry. However, we can note for the record, she is definitely mouthing the words yes, giving us the thumbs up and shaking her head vigorously. So I think we could count it as a yes. Justice?
Yes.
Perfect. And then I think that is the complete panel that we have representation from. Okay. All right. And moving on. Oh, and sorry, for those who specified that you had a conflict, if you could go through, I'm so sorry. Can you let us know if your conflict was a potential conflict or an actual conflict?
This is Jane. Mine is an actual conflict.
Thanks. Gil?
Yeah, mine would be actual conflicts as well.
Mine
Sarah?
too.
Okay. And I think you were the only three with conflicts, correct? Perfect. All right. Thank you again for your patience with this. This is a learning process. All right. So then we'll need a motion to recommend full funding pending clarification for Douglas Cares and Peace at Home.
I'll make that motion that we recommend full funding pending clarification for Douglas Cares and Peace at Home with the slide that is presented today.
Thank you.
This is Jane, second.
Amazing. All right. And then I'll need a motion that you recommend no funding for
Need a vote.
Need a vote.
Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. One of these days. I'll get it. I'll get it one day. All right, Jane, please go ahead.
Yes.
Wanda?
Yes.
Gil?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes, I'm over here eating candy.
That's okay. I fully support it. Terry?
Yes.
Excellent. And Justice?
Yes.
And Shannon?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can do it right this time. All right. So I'll need a motion to recommend no funding for In Our Backyard, Willow Valley Center for Wellness, Youth Empowerment Shelter, and Give Them Wings Incorporated.
I'll take the hard one. I recommend no funding for Deschutes, In Our Backyard, Wallowa Valley Center for Wellness, and Wasco Youth Empowerment Shelter, and Give Them Wings as recommended on the slide that says recommend no funding presented today.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Perfect. And we'll go ahead and do that vote. Wanda?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Justice? Oh, you're muted.
Yes.
Perfect. Sarah,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Gil,
Yes.
and Shannon.
Yes.
All right. Oops, I got excited. Then that concludes today's presentation. Thank you all for your patience, for your grace, for stumbling through this with me a little bit. And we will take it. The commission meeting is on November 29th. So they will get the final decision on your recommendations. If you have any questions, I am going to stick around just for a minute or two, and then we can see where this goes. And if anyone has anything else that they want to send via email, any feedback, etc., feel free. You can send it to myself, you can send it to Avery, you can send it to Ian. We welcome feedback and anything we can do to help make this a better process. But if not, I hope that you have a great rest of your afternoon, and I will see you all soon.
Thanks. Hey, just really nice job facilitating that. Wouldn't have known it was your first time. You were great.
Thanks, Gil. Thanks.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.